Stream will be starting in the next 2 minutes. Yeah, I was closing down the scripts. Jeez, that was great. I need to like try and see if I can adjust these. I don't know if I've got two chats showing off my chat. I've like tried to install like stream elements. So it seems a little bit janky at the moment. Yo, what's going on? Show me on Max. I'll put 2 seconds now. The parts I've got are gonna get this working. Alright, put my microphone actually on, it's still in charge and dark in a minute. Okay, alright. Okay, hopefully that should be okay. Okay, so the part I've got. Okay, you need to try and adjust OBS, 2 seconds. How do I get rid of this extra window here? Because I seem to have YouTube chat twice. There you go, that's better. Okay, so I've had Amazon and they're typically oversized packages. They package them both separately. I must have ordered these at like 1 AM I think, or something, maybe 1:30, I don't know, really late, and they came today, like same day. We'll go with this extremely, no, we'll go with the smaller one first. Yo, what's happening, James? How's things? We'll go with this extremely large one. This is not the extremely large one, so it's just the smaller out of the two. Yo, what's going on, Michael? Carthor? Jeez, everybody's flooding in. How's everybody doing this afternoon? So yeah, last portion there, and then we'll see how small this is in the bag. Okay, yeah, so these are the amps. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of these. And that was in this box here. Last time there was a lot of troubleshooting on that DAC. The purple one here. Yeah, so this was the size of this one. Yeah, a lot of troubleshooting. I'm hoping it's just because it just wasn't powerful enough for these speakers. I think they're 30 ohm, and technically these are rated for like 3 or 4 ohm, I think, or something like that. But there was like no driver in the speakers anyway. They're only being powered by the 3.5 mil audio jack. So it's a little bit confusing. So I'm hoping that it should be enough for them. Like, they don't need to be super loud, they just blow my ears off otherwise. So yeah, let's open up this giant package now. Oh, what's going to be in here is an extremely large package. It's got to be something really big. Oh look. Why they needed 2 separate packages and ones of that size is beyond me. But we got some little USB breakout boards. You were buffering. Oh, okay. That's not good. Yeah, that might be my internet. I'm gonna have to look at definitely getting a USB cable. I don't know if it's because I added like stream elements. Maybe that's causing more buffering lag. And I'm saying I'm getting 21% dropped frames at the moment, which it doesn't seem like a great thing. Let me see if I can find the Wi-Fi receiver. I think I might have fallen off the top. Maybe it's not getting as good a signal as it should be. I think I've moved the aerial up on top. Let me have a quick look. Yeah, I think that's the aerial. Yeah, the aerial is up on top. Yeah, I don't think I've actually like customized anything with the stream elements, but let me know if the lag gets too much. I can try maybe look at, I don't know, somehow fixing it, or maybe disabling stream elements or something. Or I could possibly go and nab the cable out of the other computer and plug it in here, but that's going to be a real pain to do. Okay, these are a little bigger than I thought. They're not the exact kind of like ones I wanted. But they should be okay. They haven't got like the screw terminals or anything. But hot glue will just solve that problem, won't it? USB-C. So we could potentially fit them somewhere. And they'll obviously come in handy for like other projects. I was thinking I might be able to like cannibalize one and somehow heat it up and use it to poke through to make a hole for this. Or I might just have to like drill it and cut it out. I'm not too sure yet. We can figure that out. So I think we should probably start with with this. It's a lot of boards though. So I thought it was going to be a lot more simple of a project and a lot smaller. This is slowly starting to take up like a ridiculous amount of room with all these boards, the battery. Obviously we don't need this one, this is a separate board. So now I've got to figure out how to actually wire this thing up. Okay, so we've got our outputs. I have no idea what that middle one is. I'm guessing it's ground, because it looked like 2 L's. Maybe it's an eye or something, I'm not too sure. Let's have a look on the microscope. trying to get that focused there. If you get in them USB-C boards, I recommend the version that allows solder in there. 1.5k ohm resistor between the CC line and ground. Okay. Does that like protect it from overcharging or something like that, or allow it to do the communication so you can pull the correct current? Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by this one, because that looks like an L on the side, but to me that looks like a ground plane. Because like it's a different shape and there's no trace coming from it, but there's a trace coming from the middle one and the one labelled R. But that's an L. Yeah, I've looked, it does say 5 volts there, but the operating voltage on this, like the working voltages are, I've got them here somewhere. See if I can find the tab. Uh, 2.5 volts to 5.5 volts. They reckon it's suitable for 4 to 8 ohms speakers. 4 is recommended and 2 to 8 watts. Even though these are like 30 ohms, I think, these speakers, or that's what the resistance was when I measured with the thing. I don't know if I was doing that correctly. Now it allows you to power it from any PD charger and force it to 5 volts. Or you're going to be able to use USB-A to USB-C cables and not USB-C to C. Ah, okay. At the moment, I think I've only really got one USB-C to C cable, because both of the computers I'm using only have one port. I've generally still got a lot of the USB-A to USB-C cables. Too many letters to remember. Wouldn't CISA work? I just tell PD. So I have no idea, to be honest. I'm going to be doing it over the charging over this anyway. So the port will just be soldered to the back of these pins here. I'm assuming it's going to be the outer two most pins, like it is on this one. So I'll probably just tack on a little cable onto there and then run this to somewhere. If that's like the correct way to do it, I have no idea. I'm not sure how to tell what amp will work. They are quite high resistance. Yeah, they are. So that's why I'm confused how like how they were being driven without like any amp, just like passively. And yet I need all of this stuff on this. But I need to figure out this, because that says L. So you'd assume that'd be left and that'd be right. But that looks like a ground to me. That looks like it goes up to this capacitor and then up to this trace here into this chip, I think, and then up to here into this chip. Need to pull CC pins low on PD charger, as normally output is off. You have to output is off. You have to get it to enable the 5 volts. So will this not work, or will it work? Am I going to be able to use this thing? Is that what you're saying? To be able to like charge attached to this bottom ESP board. I'm going to see if I can find a wiring diagram for this, just before I do wire it up, like left to there, right to there, and ground to there, just because I don't know, it just doesn't seem right to me. Just looking at the way the traces are on the board. Even though it doesn't seem to be any correlation up here between the square and the round ones, because there's like ground there and then positives there. It will work fine just on non-PD charger. Okay. That's something I have to learn for like the future. For now, I'll just be like probably charging it plugged into a computer using a USB-A to USB-C cable. So that should be okay. I'm going to quickly see if I can find a diagram or anything for this. Let's have a look. Okay, I found some kind of picture. But this picture looks slightly different from what I'm looking at, the board I've got. And I think this board might be the same. Okay, no, the silk screen is right then. I guess I'm just looking at it wrong. When I was looking at the traces, there must be one coming. I don't know, it doesn't look like there's one coming from the end there. I just double check the picture, I was just looking at it to be sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The lamp board is quite straightforward. The bottom, there are left and right inputs, and the top is where to connect the headphones. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was just a little bit confused because that said like left, but then I couldn't see like a trace or anything coming from. I could only see a trace coming from the ground. Okay, that's why. I didn't think to flip the board over and have a look. Okay. I guess that solves that mystery. So we're going to need some wires now again, I guess. Oh. Just going to have to get wired to this thing. So I guess I'll just take the wires that I've currently got on the speakers. No, I'll take them off and put new ones. Let's take these off. Yeah, via, yeah, on the bottom. Yeah, it didn't occur to me to flip the board over and have a look on the underside. So I was just like assuming it was a ground. Did you watch your show last night? I did a bit, but not a massive amount of it. So I think I still got like one, maybe two episodes to like fully watch properly. Yeah, Sherlock, the young Sherlock. Because I was kind of on Amazon looking at bits and pieces. I must have ordered these last night on Amazon and actually get them delivered today at a relatively reasonable time too. So that was quite good. There was other stuff I was looking at, but that would have been like delivery Monday. And I really, really wanted to try and get this thing working, so I just really hope that these boards are going to work. At least we have a couple of these like other boards, whereas I only have, I think, like one working ESP32 and one of these, the DAC boards. This is the most janky thing ever right now. Hopefully we can like neaten this thing up. I probably should give this a clean because I've been soldering and desoldering these like a bunch, and I don't think I've given them a clean, to be honest, in a while. The board's just gonna be like thick in flux, burnt flux and shit. Let's just give this a little clean down. I was doing some reading online that if the speakers are like underpowered, then obviously like low sound and also like distortion. The janky projects are the best projects. Yeah, they can be. Okay, yeah, that's looking a bit cleaner there now. We're going to need to find some more wires now. That's the problem. There's going to be a whole nest of wires inside this thing. 10 way down. Need to find where my side cutters have wandered off to now. That's the problem. Oh, I've got it. Did that amp have good reviews? Did the amp have good reviews on Amazon? Not too sure, to be honest. I'd have to have a look. It was quite late, but I know this is like one of the ones I was looking at before, and I'm pretty sure it's a stereo. Yeah, it's a stereo one, obviously, because it's got left and right on it. 90% efficiency is meant to have like good efficiency and stuff. Type D. Let's have a look, see if there's any reviews. Not amazing, 4.2, but for like a lot of these small boards, I find none of them really have amazing. But people are saying decent. One review says you can parallel the inputs to many of these IC with a preamp to drive lots of 3 watt 4 ohm speakers to get a decent sound volume. 1 times 18650, 3500 milliamp lithium ion battery powers 2 units at the same time for 12 watt PMPO4. Drum roll 3 days at mid volume. 3 days down. At these circuits run from 2.5 to 5.5 with LiPo battery seems perfect. And it just says they're really efficient, being a Type D amplifier, 85 to 90%, and draw tens of milliamps at 3.7 volts. So it seems decent. Found the board. It was I did the TV. Okay, let's try and cut some of this cable down here. See if we can get some of this stripped down. Hopefully we can get this. You missed a subscription? Oh, god damn it. I didn't see anything pop up on my screen either. Thank you for the subscription, whoever it was. I have no idea. I had to go back and see alerts or anything. I'm gutted I missed that. Sorry for whoever that was, that I missed your subscription. Hopefully it popped up on my screen here. So you are. Thank you, Chill and Relax. It's much appreciated. I'm hoping it popped on my screen. I kind of was looking at a way to grab wire cutters to to try to get all of this off here. Just because this seems to be the thinnest wire that we've got around here. So I'm just trying to pull a whole bunch of this out here. I like the little animation. Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. It's just one I found on the Stream Elements website. I literally set it up just before I started the stream. So I'm not too sure how good it's going to be. I wanted to try to like set up some other stuff, but I've still got like a hell of a lot to learn about setting all that stuff up. So I guess we'll cut this in half. But hopefully by the time I do like a next stream, maybe I've had time to learn a couple more stuff on Stream Elements and add some more things. I read there's like custom commands and I can make like sound effects and all kinds of things. So that seems like that should be pretty cool. But I seen that one and I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll pick that one. Can't go wrong with cats and the cool animation. Can't pick up these wires a minute. Let me switch to the top down. Just quickly tin some of them wires up. There you go. Just trying to get some solder onto these. But I think I need to clean and re-tin this. Also, I do have a dehumidifier running in the background, so if you can hear the buzzing of the dehumidifier, let me know. I can always knock that off. I think that's tinned enough on that side. Trying to make sure I get a decent coating all the way around. I think that should hopefully be enough on that one. Let's put that to the one side. Grab another wire and some more solder. Let's see if we can do the same to this cable. This enamel coating seems to come off a lot easier than that like cheap Chinese wire that I've got. So I was using to do trace repair. That stuff was an absolute nightmare. So the traces kept coming off all the time. Okay, that's the second one done there. I think we should probably cut this green wire down a little bit. It's a little bit long, I think. If this doesn't work now, I'm going to cry. If it doesn't work, we'll just have to swap over to this little chip here. I haven't looked how I can actually power this. Maybe I can just use one of these to power it. I have no idea. I don't know where BMS is. I guess I probably need a BMS as well if I'm using a bin if it does not work. It's getting dark here, damn. Yeah, I just looked out the window, it is getting dark. So much for spring. I thought it was getting better weather, longer days. But I think it's still a bit early for that. It's a bit of a shame. Because who doesn't like the sunshine? Can get a bit uncomfortably warm though in the UK. Without like AC and stuff like that. But for the very minimal days of sunshine that we have, most of us get by. We complain a hell of a lot, but we get by. Okay. This end does not want to take solder as well. Give it a bit of a scrape. I think that's better. I can't really see too well, to be honest. I don't know, I don't think it is taking solder very well, this end. I can't really tell at all. Let's just try putting it next to this. Yeah, that's got solder on. Yeah. That shouldn't be that difficult. I love the summertime. Yeah, me too, Squish. Like people who say, oh, I don't like summer, they're just like miserable people. I hate it being dark and miserable all the time. At Carthor, just subbed. Okay, so let's solder these wires here first, I guess. Let me just grab a tiny little bit of flux on here. I need to wipe the end of this. This is looking, I don't know, not very pleasant. There's a little bit of hair on it. They're the same people that also say they don't like winter. Yeah, they're just people who just don't like anything. They don't like winter, don't like summer, don't like existing. It's just like, you just gotta be happy, man. Just enjoy the little things. See if I can do this by hand first without the tweezers. I think that's on there. We'll soon find out if it falls off. Oh, I just touched the wire next to it. In my clumsy hands. Okay, now stay. It's good to have the low side support. Is it myself? I like this kind of content where he's making something. Thank you if you are talking about my content. It's much appreciated. Yeah, I like doing repairs as well. I prefer restoration more than repairs. And making stuff is always quite fun. I don't about chill and relax. I've only had a chance to catch a couple of his videos, and I'm not too sure if I've seen any of the streams. I get sidetracked way too easily when I try to sit and actually like watch stuff. Okay, so I can't seem to get this to take solder. There you go. Just quickly tinning up these pads here. Trying to. There you go. Well, we'll tin her up the other side as well quickly. Talking about both of you. Oh, thank you, Squish. Yeah, I'd like to do a mix of both. I do enjoy making things though. If we can come up with like some crazy ideas or something, I don't mind. I'll give that a go too. I think this soldering tape is a little bit big for small boards like this. I went to the effort to buy in all these extra soldering iron bits, and you've probably never seen me use anything apart from this really large K-tip. Just because so used to using the K-tip, I've decided to revisit this project because, like I said, looking to doing it, but actually went to but I said to try it. You should, man, definitely. It's worth giving this a go, because I've been thinking about trying to do something like this for a while. And then I thought, like, being I'm trying to do some streaming and stuff as well, it's definitely like a good excuse to finally give this project an idea, like a go. I'm learning a lot watching stream, very nice. Yeah, I'm also learning a lot as well myself. I understood like the very, very basics, but it seems like it's not quite as simple as the basics, unless I'm getting something like really obvious wrong, which we won't know until I guess we plug this in. It would have been nice. You can buy like some ESP starter kits, and they've got like a whole bunch of stuff on a small little speaker. I've seen people doing stuff like that, but they're much lower resistance, I think it is, speakers. You will learn doing projects like this and making your own circuits. Yeah, definitely. I'd like to attempt PCB design, but then the only problem with that is like you can get stuff wrong quite easily and then not have the desired effect or output. Because I was reading like why some of the like these types of all-in-ones, like not this specific one because I haven't tested this, but the other ones which are large and they've got the large capacitors on, why some of them are bad, and apparently a lot of it's down to just bad circuit design, and mainly like the power circuit and stuff, and like because of interference of that, maybe not enough like capacitors, maybe for smoothing or filtering. And I don't think I'd get it right first iteration, but you could get something at least then that fits exactly where you want it to, accommodates everything. But who knows, that might be way beyond design on the breadboard first before making the PCB as well. Yeah, I definitely want to try getting some breadboards and like some more components, because a lot of the time when I've been like looking at things, it's like, oh, you need a resistor here or an additional capacitor here to help or to smooth out something, or just, you know, to get the function correctly or most optimally. So let's solder these little wires up here. They would be like the opposite way around, wouldn't they? So I've got to cross them over. Let's solder on this ground one first, I guess. Oh no, we'll do the shorter ones first. So this one is coming from right. So this is going to need to go over here somewhere. I even get into here with these trees, with this. I am with all these goddamn wires everywhere. Okay, I think that's stuck on there. Breadboards are essential if you enjoy messing with components and making circuits. Yeah, definitely. I have looked, but then I probably should order some from AliExpress or something like that, because I don't know, a lot of ones on Amazon for what you get seem quite basic. It seems like to have like a decent assortment of like bits and pieces, like no one kit that I've seen seems to be good enough. And a lot of them seem to be like about 30 quid or more, which is quite expensive for what you get. It's just the fact that somebody's assembled all the components into a kit, even though half of the components like literally cost pennies each. Okay, I think I need some solder on my iron. I'm not really getting any thermal lead smoke, getting any thermal contact here. Okay, that's not the best of soldering jobs there. Oh, and that wired, yeah, see, it did itself. And also I think it decided to take some of the enamel off where I just coated it with my iron. Great. Am I got any tips for working with like really fiddly wires and stuff? Because I can never get a good enough grip on them to manipulate the wires how I want to. Maybe if I try like swapping hands, this might be a little bit easier. Come in from this way. Okay, it's a little bit tricky because the solder seems to say liquid longer on these smaller boards, so like the wire can move around for longer. I just bought the breadboards and I get the components over time. I tend to buy 5 to 10 of each component as I need them. A bit differ for resistors, so, and the more common ones I get a load of different value. Yeah, definitely. I would use different wire. Do you mean for like this different wire? Like different colors, or just different wire completely for I'm using? Or use a different wire because I just accidentally caught it and took some of the coating off. Because I could just put a little bit of UV mask on top of that, if that's the case. Probably shouldn't have left. Dynamo wire I found hard to work with. Yeah, I've always found like enamel wire difficult to work with, but this one seems like different from the other one I've worked with. Is that on there? Yeah, that seems okay. I am worried about that a little bit. I caught that. I'm going to quickly put a little bit of UV mask onto this wire here. There's like a tiny, tiny bit. Just put the UV mask away. I'm going to start storing in some of them like black bags, the black baggies, some of the parts came in from yesterday. I'll just quickly queue that up. Hopefully that's enough. It only needs like a couple of seconds, but I'm not too sure how thick I put it on. It's really hard to tell because it blended in ridiculously well to this board. Okay, well let's just knock it off, so that's one cycle. I think that should be okay now. So now we just need to wire the speakers to this and a power wire, and then pray that it actually works. So I guess I'm gonna have to separate the grounds now for this one, which apparently they are soldered together. So see if we can separate these out. Yeah, there you go. So we've got a right speaker here. I guess we should put it over this side. And the left speaker over here. Okay, so left speaker. Let's give this a go. So this is going to be the positive, I'd assume. If the other one's ground, that's going to be negative. Just completely guessing here. Yeah, these are annoying to grip, these wires. Maybe I should try using these smaller tweezers. Totally just soldered the tip of the tweezers in there. Oops. Let's try again. Okay, I didn't solder the tip of the tweezers that time, so we're making progress. Let's try this next wire. Okay, so it looks like we have one side hooked up now. So now we need to do the other side. Positive. Okay, so we'll do this first. Yeah, definitely seem easier to work with. I might try to get the bent variant of these. I think there's one with like a bent tip similar to this. Because these ones are, I don't know if I'm just having luck, but they seem to be much better to work with. So if you have a much better control of the wire, it doesn't seem to be slipping out. It seems to be able to like manipulate it better and stuff. Oh, this wire's just got a mind of its own there. Okay. I think they're all connected. Let's give them a quick little pull test. Yeah. 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 That all seems to be connected. Now we just need some power wires. I wish I had some smaller, thinner wires for these jumper wires, to be honest. I can't even find where the ones I was using yesterday are. I think they're in this box down here. Let's have a look. Got a bunch of these connectors from when I was making some LED shelves. So they could just be daisy chained together and like modular. Let's just take the wires out of this. I wish I had thinner wires than this to use though. It's like an octopus, but with 4 arms. I'll just knock something off the desk. Not too sure what that was. So, grab a red one and a black one. And do you notice any like good wire that's like not quite this thin maybe, but not quite this thick? For little projects like this, that'd be perfect. Because something like this doesn't matter too much. Like that's going to easily push down and compress. Whereas something like this, especially once you like heat it up slightly and some of the solder wicks in, they become very stiff and hard to work with. Okay, let's have a look. How long do I want this? The voltage is over here, isn't it? Or do we just go off this board here? I might just go off this one here. So I guess I cut it about that long. Strip that one back. We're going to need a ground. So we'll try to do that the same, but a tiny bit. Let's see, the ground is a little bit further away. And on this one, a little bit further away as well. So we'll just guess and say about that length. Complete guess. But we'll see. Will this work out to be the right? I wish I could find where the like little BMS USB boards I've got as well. I can't remember if they're USB-C or if they're USB mini or micro. I can never remember. But I've got a couple here somewhere. Let me just grab a helping hand and sit this up. Just makes life a million times easier. Can I find room anyway to place this thing? Yes, it's gonna have to go here, I guess. You guys can just about see that, I think. Put a bit of solder there. There you go. Just one tint. And then the other wire. I don't use helping hands much, but they're definitely handy for tinning up wires. Mine didn't come with like these little rubber things on the end. This is heat shrink that I put on there. Slowly over time, I think some parts are like kind of coming through the heat shrink. Yeah, barely. But you could like double heat shrink it if you don't have anything to go on the end. Okay, that's all good too. Do you mean charger board? Won't the BMS be on the battery itself? Would you not come with fashion? Yeah, they do come with a built-in BMS, these batteries. But I don't know how much I trust that. When I've like used these, I've always had either an ESP32 to handle the charging or like a little separate USB BMS. But I guess sometimes if you've got like a circuit and you want USB charging on it, you need a way to hook in the USB. I don't know if you could hook this straight into the battery. That might be a little bit sketchy. I don't know, to be honest. But technically this is a BMS that's meant to handle, you know, like overcharging and undercharging and stuff. Yeah, TP4056, I think that's what I had. No, I wouldn't hook the USB straight into the battery. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's probably not a smart idea to do that. That's why I was looking at trying to find the little USB charging boards I have. which I think might be a TP4056 as Squish mentioned. So I think everything is, I was supposed to say I think everything's connected. It's not connected because it still needs power, the same as I forgot to do yesterday. So let's see if we can find some way to connect this power cable now. How on earth this is going to fit back in the case in its current state, I have no idea. And I also have no idea if this cable is going to, this other one's going to move when I decide to try to add this other cable in here now. Okay. Wish me luck so this cable doesn't move. Come on. You know you want to join in and be friends with the other two cables, god damn it. That is soldered, but that, oh no, I don't know though. I don't think it is. That's on there, but that is, oh, I don't know, that is like the jankiest of janks. I'm gonna have to find the batteries is something I don't good. Yeah, I get you. It worries me. You'll have one next to it. Yeah, it also worries me as well. I'm gonna have a lithium battery next to my ear. Just hope that thing doesn't catch fire. I can't even remember where you can put that lithium battery case out to the way when I'm soldering. I don't know if I trust the solder joint. That is looking really sorry for itself. I have wireless headphone for my mine's on 2 AAA batteries. Okay, damn, that's pretty good. Because they're like 1.5 volt batteries, aren't they? So like 3 volts total, I'm assuming. The capacity on them is quite small. There's a charge controller on the battery. It is a charge control on the battery or just a protection BMS? I think it's just protection BMS, but I'm not 100% on that. That way like works in terms of practical sense, but I don't know. It's just really janky. Do you know a better way to connect 3 wires to 1 through hole? 1.2 volts as the rechargeable ones. Okay, even lower. Yeah, I've got some rechargeable ones too. I feel like I'm going to lose more wires again when I do this. I need to try and tack this to this bar here that we put on. I just hope that nothing moves. Maybe I feel a little bit more solder in there. Okay, everything's just moving now, great. Okay, I should be on there. I will just test everything, then tidy up after if it works. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Hopefully that's still connected. Well, we'll know if that's connected because that's the mute button, isn't it? We figured that one out yesterday. No idea why. Probably remove those plug header and make it close together, make it more compact. Yeah, probably will have to do that because they are taking up a lot of space, and we'll have to look at like these big thick wires. They just seem Not very practical, to be honest. So we need to try and get power to this board now. They just really like stiff. Whenever I move it, everything moves. Whereas these, not so much. So we'll do the one that's furthest away first, I think. We'll try to get that tacked into the board or soldered on. Let's give it a go. The other one. Oh, that is pulling everything about. So I have a big dent in there. I don't think I broke any of the copper inside, but hopefully not. All seems solid on. Probably move. Okay, I'm just reading the same comment again. Okay, let's flip these over now. Will these work? That is the question. We're going to have to flash the code again at some point to address some of the power draw issues. Yeah, let's hope it sounds decent. I hope so too. Let's hope this still works as well. Let's hope this and then sounds decent. Try and clear some space. Okay, we'll find the battery. We'll plug it in with the battery. You had like some kind of like pop-in sound when I just powered the battery on that. So that should all be powered and working as far as I can see. It's the moment of truth. Let's open up the Bluetooth. Where's that to Bluetooth? Remove the device and add it as a new one. Okay, it showed up instantaneously that time. Okay, I'm going to start on a low volume, like a couple of percent, and I'm going to go to YouTube and find that music tab. Oh, I'm hearing audio. It's only on like 2% or something, and I'm hearing audio from where I am. Is it crackly though? When I adjust the volume, I'm getting a little bit of crackling. I don't know if you guys can hear this. Let's get the microphone close to this. This is on about like 20%. I'm scared to put them to 100%. I think it's just changing songs or something right now. This sounds like an advert or something to me. Yeah, it's an advert. It's got a cat on it. It's a ChatGPT advert with a cat on it. You have to bear me 1 second. I'm going to watch this. Okay, the cat's gone. Okay. Okay, let's have a look now. This is on, I can't quite see because I need to adjust. It's on 20-something%. I think it's about 20%. I can't tell if there's any like Is there a slight fuzz or crackling or something to that? I think there might be. You guys might be able to hear it a bit better. There is when I like knock it up. That's on like 30%. I think there might be a slight issue with this left speaker, I don't know. There's a little bit of crackling coming from that left speaker. And it seems to be when I put like the volume too high. So I don't know if I need like maybe a resistor. Or would that mess with the signal? Yeah, because I don't think you could ever put this thing up full. I think I would blow the speakers right and directly from this. Like even, like that's on like 30-something%. And that's like about as loud as I ever want to put on my ears. And that would be like full blast party mode, like presence. So they need to be maxing out about where they, when this is a way to limit it, and when I adjust, it seems to crackle a bit. But yeah, I'm quite surprised because these are really cheap speakers. Yeah, maybe it needs a DC blocking capacitor on the input. Okay, Catherine, I'll have to look into that. Would that just be like any type of capacitor? Like what type of capacitor would I be looking at for that? Because I know there's a couple, isn't there? Like an electrolytic, is there? And like, I know if a film capacitor is different, and ceramic capacitor. I'm not 100% sure like the difference in all of those things. But damn, yeah, it's actually working, which is crazy. Completely wirelessly through the power of magic. We can now receive music through the air. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. You could definitely drive like speakers with these, even though these are, well, when I measured them, I don't know if I was measuring them correctly. I measured the connectors on the back and it came back as 30 ohms. Well, what is voltage on the speaker? I'll have a look now. Because I'm not too sure how much you can push these. I think, if I remember correctly, I read somewhere online it's about like 1.5 volts or something like that maybe. But I have no idea. I'm no expert in electronics or audio. I seem to have something stuck to the back. Okay, there you go. Let's have a look. I remember yesterday they said you told me I need to use the AC to measure the sound audio. So we'll try that. Try to untangle our cables. Let's have a look. If we can get at this without put these the right way around, just so it doesn't come up as a negative voltage. Seems fairly low. I suppose you could make adjustments and drive them however you wanted. Yeah, definitely there's room for making tweaks. So it seems to be 160 millivolts. So it doesn't seem super high. We could also measure what's leaving the board as well. I don't know why I'm getting a reading at all right now because I'm not touching anything. Say what now? I'm not touching the end of the probes. These should be insulated. Am I picking up? Okay, I think I'm picking up interference maybe from the Let's try moving this out of the way. These going to go down now. They're all going down, but I seem to be picking up a lot of interference coming from somewhere. If I put these down completely and I move away so the wire's not touching my leg at all, still picking up some, seems to be picking up a lot of, I don't know if it's called like phantom voltage or like if it's just like electromagnetic interference, but yeah, it's quite difficult to get like a genuine reading. Let's move that away from that battery as well. Put them there. They're just determined to move on their own. Yeah, it's indicating readings on all the place. But when I was near the cable, or if I hold these and then touch the soldering iron cable, it seems to go up a lot. I'm not even touching the end of the probes or anything. So there seems to be like a lot of interference, I think, from all the electrical items maybe around me.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it.
So it's quite difficult to tell.
A complete AI creation platform.
Let's see what we get in here anyway out on the speaker.
And watch it take shape.
So I'm assuming 1000 millivolts is 1 volt.
Customize and expand in any direction.
But I'm not too sure.
From tools built for one to platforms ready
Or
for
we
many.
like,
From passion projects
I don't want to go over a volt, but I feel like we could drive these a lot louder,
and ready to launch.
safely.
Where you can go as far
I seem to have some like random advert right now, another AI advert, that's all you seem to get these days. Okay, at the moment I got these about 30%. Let's have a look. Not too sure if that's high or low. I can't really see what it's peaking at either. My meter's not smart enough to record like the max it peaks to. Does that seem good? You know? Don't understand why we get crackling when we're knocking down the volume and stuff though. That's something I would like to, but the audio quality sounds like, as far as I can tell, really good. So we see how much power it's drawing. That'd be interesting to know now how much they're actually drawing from this battery. If there is unwanted DC voltage, is there unwanted DC voltage on the speaker? I'm not too sure. How would I check if there's unwanted DC voltage on the speaker? Would I like check here and then check on the speaker, see if there's a difference, or? So these are surprising. Measure with DC instead of AC. Okay, let's have a look. These wires are tangled a minute. Let me try and untangle them. And then we will have a look. I say untangle them and then I still get them the wrong way around. Now comes the easy bit, fitting into the headset. Wait, did I say easy? Yeah, I know. Like when we dry tested them, everything did fit into one speaker. The battery, this board and that board. But it wasn't on risers and it didn't have all these janky cables and this additional board. And also I still haven't accounted to actually running the cable across the headset to the other speaker. Minus 2.8 millivolts or 003. And I seem to have the probes the correct way around and it's come up as minus. 0 now, and then minus. I'd be interested to see if it allows you to disconnect and reconnect the Bluetooth without repairing. Yeah, I think I have to do that in the code itself to allow it to like remember and disremember. I think it is a feature that it has. But how I'd implement it if it doesn't do it automatically is another thing. But we can try to figure that out. I'm just happy that these are playing at the moment and they're on really low. I think I am getting some hissing and some crackling from these though. But I can't tell if it's the lo-fi audio track that I'm listening to or not. But it does sound like there's a bunch of like crackling. Not much. Okay, let's retry seeing how much voltage this is drawing. Can I get this connector out? Is there like something I'm missing on these connectors, like a way to pull them out? Because I always really struggle to get these connectors out. There you go. Play a constant tone video from YouTube. Okay, we'll do that now. Let me just connect in this, and we'll power it with USB. We can see. You can see how much that's drawing. I can try to show you how much that's drawing. If we can maybe move some of these things around. So you guys can kind of see that a bit. Bluetooth, connect in, connected. Is it actually connected though? Still doing that same glitchy thing. So let me remove device. And add again. Gonna have to figure out that bug. I'm trying to hold this cable in place at the moment. Taking a moment to show up. I don't know why sometimes it takes so long. This at the moment seems to be doing a lot less. I don't know if you guys can see that. It just did, can't speak then. It did just peak, it is peaking to like 120 now and again. But it's running on 92 milliamps, I think that's what it'd be. 94. But it's peaking to like 130, 140ish now and again. But he was like constantly running at 100 and something before. This device is still not showing up. Okay, there you go. Connect in. Done. Okay. So that device is now connected. So now it's connected, we're getting a solid 160 amp. Sorry, that'd be a lot. 160 milliamp draw. You can get a test video, also test left and right channel. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. I'll have to probably have a look at that. I want to see if we can get this power draw reduced. I need to like play some music from this now. Let's see how much. So we put it roughly about like the max volume I was putting before, which was like 30 something. It seemed it'd be like nice and good and loud if it was on your head, because I can hear it clearly and enjoyably from like about a foot away. I think we might have found out. Oh my days, what the hell was that sound? So like some ad, not a funny, that's part of the song. Just trying to jump scare me. Because that peaked really loud there. So that's it, maybe about that volume. So we're getting about 174 milliamps. I don't know how well that is showing up on camera there. If I like zoom in a little bit better. Try to refocus this. Is that a bit better for you guys? It's a bit hard to see the red text though. Currently it's 175 milliamps. But there is some crackling going on in this still. What size battery are you going to use? This one here is a 500 milliamp battery. So we need to significantly reduce this, or it is not going to last very long. At the moment you're going to get like, what's that, 2, 4, like 2.5 hours I think out of it. Or something. If we didn't like optimize anything. Which is not ideal. So we need to look at reducing this significantly, basically. We can first take the Wi-Fi off, apparently. I'm gonna have to look how to do that. But I think before I do that, I'm gonna have a quick drink. And then we'll look at seeing if we can reduce the draw. I'm still concerned, like the audio quality sounds good. I don't know if there's a slight issue with the speakers, maybe with the crackling, but there is still a slight like crackling and popping every now and again on the speakers. Let me try a different copyright-free audio, just in case somebody's put like some kind of crackling over this lo-fi music, just to make it like aesthetic or something, you know, for vibes. 80 synthwave royalty free. And let's try that. If that's got any crackling in it. No, we know the crackling's coming from the speaker and other source.
I'm claustrophobic. You do realise you can do it on the go, you know, like straight from your phone?
Right.
Because I'm not hearing it in this advert. JFix did say about a like a tone, testing a tone, so we'll also try that now. I'm just trying to see like the range on these other speakers. I don't know, that's sounding pretty clean to me. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Can't seem to hear any crackling and popping. That's what maybe it was the audio source, but it did seem to be when it was going higher in the jacks. The audio was hearing it. But that's sounding pretty good, like ridiculously loud, to be honest. I'm just gonna clip the microphone back on. There you Let's quickly try a tone, test tone, is it? Test tone. Just quickly looking on YouTube for a test tone. We seem to have a audio sweep test tone. 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. Hold them up to your ears. How about no? Okay, currently I'm not hearing anything. Okay, now I'm hearing something. I don't know if you guys can hear this. Oh my god, that is horrible when that goes up to whatever frequency that was. I was to tone out to my ears. Was I you squish? God damn it. I'm really glad I didn't. Because that, I hurt my ears from like about a foot away. I think my ears would have been bleeding if I put that up to my ears. Jeez. Oh, look, I'll go on now. This 20 hertz to 100 hertz ultra bass test. And I have viewed the headset on that. Sorry, headset users. My bad. Yeah, that was a horrid sound. I just heard a little bit of crackling and popping when this started, and the very, very low frequencies, like they go 21, I heard a crackle and pop at. So maybe it could be some damage on the speaker or something, maybe. I'm not too sure. Only at 21 I've heard a crackle or pop so far. So again, I'm hearing a slight hiss. I just go on a 30. Like there still might need to be a little bit of noise that needs filtering out of there. I'm in a slight background noise on it. We're at 38 hertz right now, still not hearing anything. 40, 50. Still literally not hearing anything. I think these speakers have like 0 bass. 76 hertz. 86 hertz, can't hear anything still coming from the speakers. 92. I'm hearing the occasional crackle and pop on when I'm testing the bass stuff, but yeah. Let's try this left-right speaker test quickly. I've just done something on YouTube now. What have I clicked? Okay. Left-right speaker test. Let's try the speaker test that James recommended. See if we can find this stereo test for headphones and speakers.
You should be hearing this out of only the left side. You should be hearing this out of only the right side. You should be hearing this from both sides.
Oh, the stereo one was hard to tell.
Right. Both. Left. Right. Both. Left. Right. Both.
I can't tell if when I do both, it is left and right definitely working. Both is hard to tell. I'm sure left sounds right there.
Both. Left. Right. Both.
That's really hard to tell. I assume both are working though. So as far as I can tell, the quality seems pretty good on this. So
You should be hearing this out of
considering obviously the audio can only be as good as the speakers is, I think in terms of our circuitry and stuff, there might be some filtering that needs doing it for additional noise. But apart from that, I think we've got some pretty solid circuitry going on here. We need to improve the power draw and everything, which we'll try and do. after like a quick 5-minute break, I'm just going to grab a drink. And then comes the challenging job. I'm totally not trying to off-put the most tedious job, but now trying to fit this into the actual headphone case, because we are very limited on room. And I will give the parts of this case that I completely missed when I was cleaning it a quick clean, because I was all like, ooh, look how clean it is, I've done a really good job. And then I noticed when I was showing it on camera, the top, which is like still really scuffed and dirty on both sides. I might have completely missed that, but the rest of it's clean. And the ear cups came up really, really well, considering how manky they were looking. Like didn't want to put them anywhere near my head, but no. They even smell really nice now. I used like some laundry detergent, Persil, I think it's called like Power Wash or Super Wash or something. So yeah, they smell really nice. And any remaining glue I got off of it's propyl. It's just a shame about that staying there. I think most of that is where I rubbed it with a cotton bud to remove something, and I've now stained in and removed part of the part of the print. I don't know if I'll permanent marker that back in. Technically, you could probably somehow remove all of that, like maybe put a heat transfer or something onto it with an iron. But that's way too much effort. I ain't gonna see that when it's on my head. They're actually quite soft and spongy. Not the best, but for a headset that is, I don't know how much they retail for normally, but they're ridiculously cheap. The cost of doing this probably outweighs these, but if you have a better quality headset that you want to convert, then I would definitely recommend this. Or if you just really hate cables and you want something wireless. I would recommend obviously a battery capacity at least twice the size, but it's just trying to find like all battery listings. You either go look at like each listing individually, or you've got one giant listing that's got 1 million batteries on it, and then you've got to somehow decipher this data sheet or like the specifications, like battery A24A421 is this dimension. It's just like, I don't want to be looking at 100 different bloody battery dimensions and stuff, and then coming in with the calipers and try to like measure, oh, can I fit this in here? It's just, yeah, a pain. So maybe if you could get multiple small batteries, that might be better than one large battery, because you haven't got to put them all in one place then, especially in something like this. Or if you somehow had one in each cable. I was also looking at online, you can get flat like headphone cables. Something like that would be best if you've got to run it under, like under here. At least then you could put some half decent padding over it, and it's not going to be uncomfortable and interfere as much with any of these you put on to secure the foam headband. Because the one we took off it had a little bit of like pleather on it, like fake leather, which all of that seemed to come off as soon as I like rinsed it in water. It just, not it's quite dissolved, but it was just like, I'm out of here, and just all started peeling. So I scrubbed all of that off and cleaned it, but like, yeah, that doesn't scream comfort to me. So you could look again some different type of like fabric. I think I've just dirtied that slightly there. You know, you could look again some nicer fabric or something, some foam, and then possibly like stretching some fabric over it and gluing it on the back or something. You know, something like this would be, even though it's not like, the compression on it is not great, something like that would still be much better and comfier on your head, especially over long periods of time. I don't know how difficult something like this would be to make as well. Probably not overly difficult. If you had a sewing machine, you could probably do it with some glue, cut some donuts out, some foam, bust some extra sponge. Yeah. Speaking of sponges, you probably could use a sponge if you wanted. I don't know how well something like a magic sponge would work. That might be a bit too dense. If you were to like cut one of them maybe and put it across and put some fabric across it, maybe cut it in half. But I think some actual foam or something like that would be better. We'd probably just stick this back on for now, but I might look at options for possible modifications, because I've had like a bunch of headsets where like they're a little bit uncomfortable around there. So if I can find a budget way that's easy for people to make headsets more comfortable, that could be quite cool. Okay, I'm going to take a 2, maybe 3 minute break while I quickly grab a drink. And then we'll see if we can reduce the power usage on this, and then somehow figure out how the hell are we going to get this inside of here now. It should be fun. Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm just going to quickly... I was going to put the some music on for a second, I will, but it is going to be whatever we had on before, and not the tone generator, which I almost put on again, because I don't think that would be very pleasant as AFK music. Okay, let's just put that down low. And I got to go do washing up. I would be lurking and listening. Yeah, no problem, Squish. I will also be back just in 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, and grab a quick drink. And I will be back then. And hopefully we can now turn this from a pair of then 2 speakers basically wired up with a battery into an actual pair of headphones. Without having to tape everything to the outside. But if it does come to that, I do have gaffer tape. I really don't want to resort to just taping everything to the outside. I'm looking like Mr. Jank, man. Alright, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we are back. Some random advert was playing. Okay, let's see if we can actually get this now into a functional headset. Oh no, I think we've got to look at the code first, haven't we? So I'm going to have to unplug this because I'm going to need to plug in the USB drive quickly. Unless that code is still in our IDE. So let's have a look. I'm going to quickly open up the Arduino IDE. And we'll have a look. No, so I think we're going to need to grab that sketch again off this USB pen, because I'm an idiot and didn't save it before shutting the computer down. Bear with me 2 minutes. I'm just struggling to plug a USB pen in, even though I've tried it both ways. Apparently it's this way around. Okay, there you go. Let's see if I can find these files quickly. It is on this. The problem is I cannot now remember what order we had the pins and stuff in. So I'm now going to have to check all of that as well. Let me switch over so you guys can actually see the IDE. It is going to be here, but it is not showing. Let's try this. There you go. And I'm also going to move my chair a bit for a second because I'm leaning over to reach this mouse, so my back feels like it's in half doing that. So I can just quickly move some stuff around. Get a little bit closer to this keyboard. Should make typing a little bit easier. Okay. So you guys should now be able to see the IDE. This is the Arduino IDE. This is the code. I think it was Cartho who found this example of the working code. So we're going to output 16 bits and 44.1 kilohertz, which is fine. So we just gotta remember what these are going to now. I think I can unplug the board and have a look. I should be able to see. I'm going to unplug the USB, make this a bit easier. I'm just going to have a quick look on the board to see if I can see the numbers. If I'm connected with a jumper at the moment. So we're looking at LCK27. So LCK27. So 27. Then we got DIN data in 26. So where's our date up the top there? So we'll check those 26. And then we got our BCK, which is going to be the next one up, which is going to be 25, which it already is 25 on this. Mute pin 32, that might be fine to leave that on 32. I'm just going to check where 32 is on our board. 32 is fine, we don't have that connected right now. So if we did want to hook up a button, potentially like a momentary switch, I'd assume, then we could do that because that's still free. So that code should all be correct. I'm just going to read a bit more of this code and just double check it all. I don't fully understand what I'm looking at, but some of it seems a little bit self-explanatory. You can see here, this is like transmit TX, I'd assume. Okay, yeah, there's a comment here. I squared S as master and transmitter. And here I'm assuming we are just calling to the definitions that we defined up here. In this set up here. So this must be like a chunk that we run here. Here it looks like we set in the pins that we assigned. Assume. Install driver and configure pins. Callback function to process incoming audio data and send it to I²S. Thank God for all these comments on here. Write received audio data for output. Got some kind of debugging statement here. Save debug. Print statements have been removed. Oh no, never mind, they've been removed. Remove output, nice. Enable audio output by setting pin high. So we did have issues with that yesterday, didn't we, I think? But we manually set the one on the amp board. On the, I forget what the name of the amp board, no, the amp, sorry, the DAC board we're using. So, okay, there's some kind of power saving thing here as well. Set CPU frequency, reduce CPU frequency to 80 megahertz for power saving. Initialize the interface, and it looks like that is everything. So in here, can we do find and replace? Can we replace all instances of something? If so, we replace wherever the, oh, we do not want to do that. Wherever this Golf GT60 is. And see if we can change all the currencies. There you go. We want to change all of these into turtle. I don't know if I spelled turtle right, not turtle. Turtle. Beach jet headphones. There you go. So that should have changed all the currencies of that. And now I just need to look how to disable the Wi-Fi. I'm assuming that's going to be done in the same code. Evening, yo, what's going on, Fortifix? How's things? I'll quickly give you a quick catch up. I'll flick over to the top down quickly. This is where we're at currently. Everything's working. The battery's not currently plugged in. We're testing how much power draw we were getting. I would have if I didn't drop my tester on the floor with the tester. I think it was about 140, maybe 170 or something like that milliamps. With them playing at like a good reasonable volume. We need to somehow look at limiting the volume though, because we've now got an amp. Because we tried without the amp and it was just too quiet and a lot of distortion. But they seem to be pretty much spot on with this, but at about 30% volume on the computer, these speakers seem to be as loud as you'd want them. So I'm assuming we're going to maybe need some capacitors or resistors or something. There might be a little bit of background, like hiss kind of thing, where the speakers are powered. Might need a little bit of smoothing or something like that. I'm not 100%, but they sound pretty good and they're all like actually functioning and working. So we just need to try and look at reducing the power draw currently, and then somehow get them into the actual housing, which is going to be the fun part. So I will just quickly see if I can find online how to reduce, how to Turn off Wi-Fi on ESP32. Okay, so it looks like use Wi-Fi mode, brackets off, or Wi-Fi disconnect, brackets true, to shut down the radio and save power, reducing power consumption to, I reckon, 20 milliamps. But I'm also going to be have the Bluetooth on and transmitting, or receiving, I guess. And obviously output into the two boards as well, one of them being an amp to power the speakers. We are going to have to figure out I don't know if I'm going to use deep sleep, because I think it was called I think I've got them up somewhere. It's a type of a latch-in push button switch. And eventually put that between the battery, so you can just like physically disconnect the battery when it's not on. And have a look at maybe auto connecting to devices, but I'd have to test that with the phone, because the PC, I think even with my AirPods, I have to manually reconnect those things, like even though they're paid. And we do have one red error when we're compiling. So let's see if I can. Add to it. I'm gonna see if ChatGPT can see something similar to what I've just seen on Google and looking on some forums, or if it's just gonna send me down a rabbit hole, just because that's gonna be a bit easier for me to understand, broken down into like more simple steps. So it says I need to include Wi-Fi.h. So I don't know if I have, I'm assuming that's a library. If it's a library I have, I am not too sure. And it's saying Wi-Fi.mode, brackets Wi-Fi off. So I should be able to. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll test it again in a second. Okay, so we're going to see if this works. My last Arduino project was probably 8 years ago, and I made a dashboard for my M365 scooter. Okay, that sounds really cool. This is probably the most in-depth and complicated type of like development Arduino ESP32 kind of like project I've done. I've done like LEDs and stuff in the past, but that's like ridiculously simple. You just hook up to like some power and a GPIO and install WLED. It's like, that was like what I would consider complicated before, and now I'm trying to do this, which I thought would be a lot more simpler, to be honest. Just seeing if I can get absolutely hate AI. But it's probably faster than me trying to add in that. I assume it would just go in here, this top part. I don't think I've got my ID open. A minute, let's show the ID. Power saving is a thing, I suppose. Yeah, definitely, because we're running them off a battery. So it's going to be running out pretty fast. I think I just need to include it up the top and then just define it. Does it need defining? If it does need defining, I have to define it, and then I'd assume in this void setup is the way I would run it. So I've just asked ChatGPT to take the code that we have and add in the disable Wi-Fi. So we will see. Okay, so it's included up the top, Wi-Fi.h. Let's have a look. Where has it actually disabled the Wi-Fi though? Okay, it's done it down here. Disable Wi-Fi completely to reduce power usage. Wi-Fi disconnect, true. Wi-Fi mode, off. So hopefully that works. So what I will do before we let's grab the USB, plug the USB cable back in. We're gonna do another test to see how much power this is drawing, because I cannot remember, to be honest, the exact number, to see how much of a difference we get when we flash the new code over to the board. Need to connect these two boards back together. We do need to look at a better solution for connecting all of these. And to look at space saving, because at the moment it is it's far from ideal at the moment. So let's get some power going to this. I can. Okay. So we've got some power going to that. I'll try and see if I can move this whole thing around a bit, so we can get it in view of the camera a bit better. So at the moment it is 89, 90. We are getting spikes, but it's averaging about 89, 90 and spiking to about 140. It might show on there. I'm not too sure what the side ones are. If they're averages, I think they are. But we're looking about like 90 to about 140 at the moment. So we will connect via Wi-Fi. No Wi-Fi, sorry. We'll connect via Bluetooth. So I'm going to quickly just remove the device, because we seem to be having a little bit of a bug with like reconnecting once it's paid. I'm assuming it's a coding related issue. So I'm just going to select the device, connect. So we've just connected the device via Bluetooth to the computer. And we should have some music playing from YouTube. So I'll unmute these speakers. And I've got them running about 30% volume right now. Which seems to be like a decent enough volume. If you had them on your ears, it'd probably be quite uncomfortably loud. I think 1 second, I say uncomfortably loud. I have the thing turned down in the tab, but let me turn that back up.
Everything online now. Shopping, banking, and
See if I can
streaming.
just wait for this advert a second. I have to skip. Okay. Okay, there you go. Now that's the volume. It's about 30%. They're coming out. Getting a little bit of crackling sound coming out here. We couldn't work if it's, I think it's the audio though. We do get the occasional crackle and pop at 1 or 2, maybe 3 frequencies on the bass. Yeah, it's really decent enough quality as well. Like if I go a little bit closer with the microphone. That's pretty decent. I'm probably knocking them down a bit. I think if you had them on your ears at that volume, you'd probably go deaf in no time. So I'm knocking down. That's why I think I need to somehow limit the output of these. I don't know if I can maybe do that on the chord. That might be the best way if we can figure out a way to put a hard limit rather than have to add any additional components. But we might need to add some resistors to get a nicer, smoother output. I think I read that somewhere online about somewhere along here, like 100k ohms or something like that. 100 kilo ohms, maybe. And I think it would be going through it rather than to ground. But I'd have to double check that. That would probably eliminate, I think there's a very, very slight like hiss, but it's hard to tell from this distance. Once I have them on my head, my ears, it'd be much easier to tell. So yeah, at the moment we're getting 174 milliamps draw. You might not be able to see that too well. 175. And we have a 500 milliamp hour battery. So that makes, it's not optimal at the moment. So at least we know we've tested that, and it's about 175. So I will open up Notepad and write that down because I will forget. 175 milliamp with Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi, I just read Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi, okay. So you can unplug this now, because I don't think I can pass data through this. I have no idea, to be honest. And I'm going to connect directly to our setup, or at least try. We get an awful sound when we do plug in power as well, so I think we do need to limit the voltage that's being passed to this. I'm no expert in electronic stuff, but we did measure the speakers and the resistance came back at 30 ohms if I was measuring them correctly. And apparently this is only meant for 4 ohms, I think, maybe up to 8 is driver. 3 watt, I think. Or 3 watt for each speaker, the stereo. I can't 100% remember all the exact details. But it seems like this output's way too much for these speakers. But these speakers were passive speakers, so they shouldn't have needed an amp anyway. But when we were trying to drive it just with the DAC and the ESP, it was just so quiet you couldn't even hear it. But I did read somewhere online apparently this is a line signal that comes out here, so they had to go into active devices. Most probably Tesla can pass. Most probably Tesla can pass the data. Okay, that's pretty cool. We'll have to try that then, I guess, at one point to see if it can pass data. I just didn't want it potentially interfering. So now I've got to figure out how to, if I've got to reload the board and stuff, or if I can just upload this sketch. We'll see. Verify and compile. No board selected. Okay. So I guess we do have to reselect the board when we open it again. Okay. Let's just figure out how to do this. Let me switch back over to the IDE for you guys. Tools, board. We want ESP32. We've got a low-lane light, like a WeMOS one. It's this one here. WeMOS low-lane light 32 is what we're using currently. Now I should be able to just verify this quickly just to make sure that it's going to work. I'm not too sure where I changed the name of the sketch. It's got a really strange name at the moment. Marita. Okay, it seems to be taking a little bit of time compiling this sketch at the moment. I don't know if this is normal or not. Oh, okay, I see a bunch of red text. This is an error that we've seen come up a bunch before though, with the Blue Droid HFP requires SCO/ESCO. I'm not too sure how to fix this. It seems to compile normally regardless and not error out. But red text is never normally good. So I will have a quick look on Google. To see if I can find any like results. Okay, seems like Sketch uses, 121% of program storage space. That's not good. We can't fit all of that sketch onto here. I'm assuming it's because the libraries were included in. So I'm not too sure what we would do here. Seems to have hit a bit of a brick wall. Because we cannot run them at that kind of power consumption. It's way, way too high. We were coming in at 80% yesterday when we were compiling without this Wi-Fi included. This is a tricky one. Need to figure out how the hell we're going to reduce this now. Don't know if anybody's got any ideas on trying to reduce this then. reckon this should be. Okay, so we're going to be using a different library apparently for the Wi-Fi. That should be the only difference, I think. If that disables Wi-Fi, though, I'm not 100%. It doesn't seem like. Let's have a look. Okay, let's try this one. This might be a little bit better. Hopefully, it hasn't slipped in the air, is it? Should, but I feel like we should have something in here. We'll see. We'll give it a go. Verify. Maybe there's an alternative library for the Bluetooth or Wi-Fi with a smaller footprint. Yeah, that's what I'm trying now. I'm trying a smaller library for the Wi-Fi. I don't know if there's one smaller for the Bluetooth. I looked up that Blue Droid one. It says it's not a critical error, but I didn't fill into it. It said it can help with like voice quality or something though. I'd need to look into that a bit more. I could be misunderstanding it. Did I just say 86% there? Yeah, 86%, okay. So it seems like that's compiled this time. So we just need to now just upload it. Now we know it's gonna work. Hopefully we should then have Wi-Fi turned off. I'm not too sure how I'd check if the Wi-Fi is off on the ESP32 though, to make sure. Okay, I didn't define the port. Okay, 1 second. Where are we looking for? Tools, maybe port here. I'm pretty sure it was port 3. I'm just going to quickly have a look in Device Manager to have a look. I'm going to go into ports, and yeah, it is, yes, USB serial CH340 COM3. So tools, port, COM3, sketch, upload. I think this should work this time. Let's have a look, see if this works. Connecting, uploading, we're writing data. Sweet. Right. Jeez. My dehumidifier just kicked into defrost mode. That scared the life out of me. And that was hard resetting via the RTS pin. So that should be done. We should now be able to unplug that, I assume. I don't think I need to disconnect it or anything like that. I have no idea. What's this here then? CPU frequency, 2400 megahertz, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. So this is just how I communicate, not a way to actually change it on ESP. Okay, so that should be on there now, I think. If so, I can switch to the top down, I guess, now. Unplug this. Plug all of this back in now. And see how much it's going to draw now. So from what I can tell, that does not look much lower than before. So I don't think that has actually worked. So I'm still getting about 90 and spiking around 130-ish there. Okay, so let's just connect everything and we'll run the same audio test as before. Does not seem to be auto connecting. Let's see if I can just click connect. No, that's not going to work. I think that's remove. I think it did connect, but it should be showing up under a different name right now. It must have connected just because I've just gone up to about 150. Gone down to about 90 milliamps. Okay, let's add, because we've just changed the name when we re-uploaded this code. Turtle Beach headphones, that is showing up. Let's click that. Done. So that should now be connected here. Yes, it is. I'm going to grab some audio again. I think currently I have the audio paused. Okay, so that's at about 30. I'm getting exactly the same. 174, 175. Go up to 30, we get 175. And I think whenever we try to play like bass, you seem to be getting a lot of hissing and flickering. But when we try like other audio tracks, we don't get that. Like if I type it in, like this one here, this music. It's probably going to play an advert first. Yep, just taking a second to load. Taking an awfully long time to load. I think my internet's not doing too good right now. There you go. We are getting some missed frames. No, we seem to be getting the same on this audio too. Seems to be with bassy stuff. So we did try a tone tester and some other stuff and we didn't get any issues. Sounds like it might be this speaker. So you can find something else. So you can find something in the audio test, see what shows up. 1 minute audio test speakers. We are still getting a bunch even on this audio of like crackling and popping. think we do need to limit what's going onto the speakers or filtering maybe. Yeah, we weren't getting that earlier when we done some tests, but now I'm getting an awful lot of crackling coming through these speakers now. Which is strange because earlier we weren't. Now we're getting a lot of popping and crackling coming out of the speakers. Which is awfully strange because we weren't earlier. And we're still getting 178. Or 175, sorry, on the draw. So it doesn't seem like we've reduced our usage at all. And I have no idea how to check if the Wi-Fi is actually being disabled on there or not. Because at the moment that is far from ideal. So we have to figure out how to actually do this as well. Not too sure if anybody's familiar with like the little breakout boards and stuff, and if I can just keep this one in place and then just solder some wires from here to here. This has 4, so I'm hoping they're in the same orientation with voltage plus on the left, voltage minus on the right, and then data minus and data plus, but I have no idea. Are all USB ports the same? I'm back, washing up, nice. Welcome back, Squish. Yeah, we tested earlier and the speakers were like fine on other audio tracks, just done some testing again. We seem to be getting a lot of like crackling and popping now. And I am not too sure I think it's a grounding issue maybe, but I'm not too sure. Is the focus okay on this as well? It looks a little bit off, is that okay? Yes, we tried to reduce the Wi-Fi. We run this code here. This apparently should disable the Wi-Fi, but it didn't. But I'm going to check on Google. See if that is correct. Because I feel like the code I've got doesn't seem correct. Just I'm getting the same power drop, but I have no idea how to check if the Wi-Fi is actually being disabled. Because I found something online and it says different, which to me would make more sense, but I have no idea. See, so we've got this here, and the code that I found is this. It's indented correctly. Wi-Fi disconnect, and then we go Wi-Fi mode, and then Wi-Fi off. So there's actually something in these brackets. I feel like that is correct, as opposed to what we had before. I kind of trust what I just pasted in slightly more, because I got it from an actual forum from a real human being, not some clanker. Whereas the other iteration came from AI. So let me try, see if I can flash data through this with it plugged in as a test. So see if we can tool, sketch, upload, compile in sketch. Just see if we can pass data through our USB tester, a voltage tester, which just seems to be, no. Wi-Fi was not declared in this scope. Okay. Wi-Fi off was not declared in this scope. Did you mean Wi-Fi FAP? No, I did not. Damn it, I guess that's not gonna work. AI code, best code. Yeah, definitely. The amount of time I've wasted with AI code is just beyond. It's always trash. Now and again, it gets lucky. Which it might have to try and get lucky for me now, because I do not understand how to fix this error here. It says it wasn't declared in this scope. So do I need to declare it up here by defining it? Just copy this error, see if we can make any sense of this error. Only thing I've ever used A for was to talk like a worm. How did that go? How does a worm talk? Let's see what the error says. It says the error means the Wi-Fi library isn't included, so the compiler doesn't know what Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi off are. Arduino core defines those inside Wi-Fi.h. That was a library we tried to use originally and it was too large, so. That's why we were using the other library, ESP Wi-Fi H. Okay, apparently the functions were correct, but for that particular library it's looking like. See, like wiggling my words like a proper dirt crawler now. So that's how a worm talks, okay. How do we, I guess we just switch it back to what it was. But to me, it just seemed like the Wi-Fi wasn't off. Okay, this is a pain. Oh, okay, so apparently I might also be able to disable BLE as well because we're using classic Bluetooth. We've lowered the frequency apparently to 80 megahertz from 240, but it just still seems like it's drawing a lot of power for that. So let's have a look what we should try to add into here. Let's just copy this code here, see if this works. Let's have a look what you guys are saying. You could save power by not using the voltage reg and go into a 3.3 pin directly. Ah, okay. Yeah, I could do. Because I'm assuming it's drawing more because of the drop over the regulator. Okay, will this work? Is AI gonna screw me over? Or has it given me some working code? So it reckons here it disables BLE since we need a classic Bluetooth for A2DP. And it reckons this is gonna disable the Wi-Fi. But we're getting the same power draw currently with it flashed 93 to 95, just like idling, no music player. So let's see if we can upload and see if this works this time. Yeah, I might have a look at that at some point to see if I can reduce the power draw. I was hoping I could tweak a couple of stuff because when I was reading online about like disabling the Wi-Fi and a whole bunch of other stuff, like the information I was getting, there was like it was quite a drastic saving in power consumption, but I wasn't seeing anything. Right now it's dropped down wireless right into like 0. To 30 milliamps, 32, 30. Ooh, it's got a horrible pop from them speakers then. When writing that data, just peaked to like 140, 150. But I still don't understand how we're getting all the noise and fuzz on the speakers when we were testing, because we tested once, there was a little bit of noise and hiss, and then we tested again, and it was coming out really nice and crisp. Maybe the Wi-Fi was already disabled. Maybe it was, I'm not too sure to be honest. Okay, apparently that's done now. And it turns out apparently you can write data through this tester too, because this test has been plugged in the entire time. So that is good to know. We seem to be getting exactly the same. We're still getting the spikes. And from what I read, the spikes are to do with the Wi-Fi. And we're still getting them same spikes, which you can't see right now. Show well, that's even showing up. You can see the wattage probably, but not the actual current, because it's in red. It seems to be quite difficult to see there. So we'll test now to make sure we can connect to it. So let's open this. Turtle Beach headphones page, see if the Connect actually works for a change. So it's connected, but I don't think it's showing up under my playback device, which I never understand. Like it's right there under audio, it's connected. But then when I go down the bottom and click playback device, doesn't seem to show up at all. But if I click remove device, disconnect, and I add a new Bluetooth device, it shows up. I can connect, connecting, connected. Yeah, I can't really see the red. Probably doesn't help that I'm colorblind when it comes to reds and browns and greens and some shades. So. Ah, okay. Yeah, it probably makes it even harder for you to see. I can see it here, but looking at the camera view, I can barely see it, and I probably couldn't make out any of the numbers. Okay, so we should be connected. Yeah, we're connected. And I will play some music. Just need to find some music now because it has all disappeared. YouTube, copyright free music. Let's get something to test. Yeah, I'm not too sure why the audio is so crackly now. I thought we solved that issue. That is like awful right now. What are you hoping to reduce it to? I would have thought 90 milliamp would have been reasonable. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. We're 90, but it's still, we're still getting the 175, the exact same that we've got like all along. Oh. Yeah, that wasn't good, whatever I done. Yeah, I'm going to try with it to test it because I think that might be an issue, like a grounding issue because of the cable and the power supply in the computer. But I still, oh my god. When I'm moving now, I'm getting some horrible sounds. Is something shorting when I'm moving now there? Oh my god. Stop the guitar doing it. I don't know if you guys can hear that sound. but I think something's loose and touching. It shouldn't be. Oh my days. Alright, chill out now, wires. See, we've completely lost audio now. We have nothing playing now. I go test mine. It's just running LEDs. Sounds like a sneezing cat. It sounds like nothing now. I think we've killed it. Oh God. And we're not getting the power draw, we're getting fluctuations now in the power draw. Between 93 and then peaking up to 140 the same. Let's have a look. Oh, we also have zero audio playing because it was only a couple of minute track. Maybe there's me freaking out or nothing. Let's just wait till something starts playing. Okay, crisis over. I think the crackling might be something to do with the wire. No, never mind. The crackling's back again. Needs 60 volts. No, I don't think 60 volts would be enough. I think it needs to be like quadruple that. More voltage, more sound, more awesomeness. More magic smoke. Okay, so we haven't reduced the power draw in any way, shape or form. My ESP is drawn 282 milliamps running a string of WS LEDs. Okay. So that seems like way less than mine seems to be drawing. It's like 175, 176 at the moment. And apparently it reckons we've disabled BLE and we've disabled Wi-Fi. BL is still drawing exactly the same. So something is going on here. But I do want to see if we can get rid of the horrible crackling sound by pairing it up with a battery to see if that is the issue, if it's just like a grounding issue from the coils in the power supply. I've had issues before with like speakers and stuff having the almost played that upside down. Okay, so that's all connected now. No, yours is less than mine, but isn't yours powering the LEDs as well? If so, the LEDs are going to draw quite a lot, or the LEDs powered separately via like voltage injection. I can turn the LEDs off and see what it draws. Yeah, try that. Connect to these quickly and we're going to test hopefully the crackling and popping has gone. Nope, still there even when it's powered with just the battery. So that is something we're gonna have to look at. Don't know if it's the wires we're using, if it's the connections, or if it's just like something we need to filter out. Or if there's an issue with the speakers. No, it's also measuring the LEDs as well. Okay, how much does it measure without the LEDs? So I really don't know what to do now that we're getting, because I swear we fixed this issue earlier and it wasn't crackling and popping and it sounded clean and nice. And now all of a sudden we're getting a lot of crackling and popping. And I cannot figure out why. It's awfully confusing. 167 milliamps, no LEDs, but it's using Wi-Fi. Okay. So this was doing about 175 when he was powering everything. So maybe it is all off. I just don't understand how we just turned BLE off and it was exactly the same. Unless that was off by default. I don't know how to eliminate this crackling though. See if it's like an issue with any of the cables. I don't know. Does anybody know anything about this kind of stuff to suggest anything? I'm gonna try just twisting these together a bit and see if it makes any difference. No, that sounds exactly the same, I think. I don't know, I'm awfully confused. I don't know, I have no idea what direction I'm twisting these wires now. Probably the wrong direction to try to untangle them. We're getting an awful lot of crackling stuff coming out of these. Is it this board? But I don't think it is, because we were getting a lot of it when we were just using this, weren't we? Just this board. So we just weren't getting the volume. I think we need some additional components. Don't know why it started crackling. I know, because it was playing perfect at one point. And now it is not. So I'm awfully confused. So what do we do? We should probably look at trying to see if we can fit it into here though, at least. So I have no idea how I'm actually going to fit all of this in here. I do not want to feel like it's squishing this battery, especially on the ends and stuff. Because the battery kind of fits, but it is not ideal. See, the ends are like slightly, just like super sketchy. And then we've got to somehow fit all of this in here. Don't think this is going to fit now. We've done a dry test, it fitted. We've got an additional board now, that's the only issue. I don't think we'll fit it like that, because that's definitely too big. $553 milliamp. Now I turn my LEDs up a little down. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's crackling from both channels as well. Like, how on earth are we gonna like jank all of this in here? Yeah, that looks OEM. What do you guys think? OEM? Just pop it in like that. So glued down, pop the speaker on top. Little Captain tape, job done. It's fine, I'll glue it down. Yeah, the moment it kind of like might poking out a little bit. I'd like to remove these things, but I'm assuming they are giving some structural rigidity to this case. I don't think it's got much to begin with. So I could put the battery on the other side, but then just like the voltage drop over a cable going this length from here to here is quite a distance, and an extra cable left to run. So we need to somehow now look at miniaturizing this a bit to fit in here. How are we going to go about doing this? That is the question. We'll remove the speakers at least to start off with, just to make life a little bit easier. This is not going to be as easy as I thought. I don't think any part of this has been as easy as I thought. I was just like, oh yeah, simple, just connect one or two things and paste some code in, job done. Kilo wires, okay. So we've got that so far. Anybody have any ideas for the best way to connect and condense all of these down into this little footprint that we've got here? We need to fit it within. And with 20 million wires. That is currently the problem. and obviously the crackling. But I could have sworn we fixed that issue. So where shall I start? Because I still need to somehow connect the battery in. I said this part would be easy. It's actually probably the most tricky part. Yeah, I know. I guess that's why they design PCPs for products and they just cram in a bunch of wires and just random circuit boards. Just like, yeah, that'll do. So we need to try to sandwich this down like as flat as possible. So do we just go ham with Kapton tape and just try to like do some jumper wires from there to there? Try to put it as low down as possible. Crack out the hot glue and stuff. Where are you putting the battery? I think the best place to put the battery is going to be just like tape it like right here maybe. No, it's going to have to go in the earpiece under the board, I think. So I'm probably going to have to like cut out some of this stuff. So I'm not too sure. Because I'd like to use this earpiece just because it's got the 2 holes. This one's got 1 hole in it. I guess I could still utilize this one and have the latch in push switch that I want to get. I thought you was going to put in between the boards. I was going to, but it's a little bit difficult to fit between the 2 boards. Because of the wire here. So unless I run that wire somewhere else, because at the moment that is stopping me getting this in all the way. So maybe if I just reroute that wire, I could probably have it in between the 2 boards. But these jumpers are thicker than the battery. Even just the one lower jumper is slightly thicker than the battery without the added height to the other one. So I don't know whether it'd be worth doing that. Hopefully these chips don't get too hot and create a hot spot on the battery. That's why I kind of like rather it underneath, to be honest, and then try to just condense these 2 down, like almost on top of each other, maybe down slightly, and then squeeze this one somewhere like on the top up here. And just hope that it all works. I ordered a tilt switch for mine. Okay, nice. Because I could like kind of technically fit that in like that then. This battery situation is the awkward one though. I literally thought this battery was going to be about half of this size considering how small of a capacity it is. So we can kind of fit a battery in there. It's bending the edges slightly, but that's, I'm praying that's just a foil. And then we can fit the ESP on there, no problem. And I feel like if we can get that low enough, we could possibly fit that one in there as well. And hopefully still get the earpiece on. We would have to get them boards like super flat. We'd have to take all the wires we're running underneath out probably. Yeah, I could scrap the jumpers, which we might have to do, and then just maybe find some more of this headphone cable. Hopefully I can get some out of the length that's left here. I'll probably just hot glue mine to the outside. Yeah, you might be better off. There are smaller boards you can get. I was looking at I think it was like a M5 something board, but they seemed really expensive and I couldn't find like a decent availability of them. And also apparently you can use a mini one, an ESP32 mini one, but I could not find any sources of them, and they're not the same as a D1 mini, because that's an 86 something or other, because I have these here. And apparently you can't use these for this particular use case. But that would have been better, because that would have like fitted sideways, and this other board probably would have just like fitted down there, and yeah, that would have been a million times easier. Run very small wire. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, is run some really small wires. We are going to have to drill some holes, I think, and I don't know if we're going to have to notch out anyway. I don't know. It is quite challenging just because these are not designed for like anything to go in. Like there's like minimal space in it to begin with. How big is this board? The D1 Mini? Very small in comparison. It's about the same size as a, I say like a S3 or C3 Mini or whatever, I think. It's about the same size as this board here. But I don't think we could use this one from when I was doing like a little bit of like looking up. Because of like the, I think it might be because it doesn't have like the Bluetooth Classic, or the Bluetooth radio, which means that we can't use the A2DP library that we're using. Don't fully understand all of this stuff. I'm kind of mostly just repeating the stuff I've read at the moment. I was thinking of maybe just getting a Bluetooth board. You can get just a Bluetooth board, and this is just a Bluetooth board. And like how tiny that thing is. Alex, for curiosity, shall we try hooking this up? But I have no idea how to power this thing, like how much voltage it takes or anything. So I might have to go and have a look at the listing to see what it's called and see if I can find some information on this. But it's not as good as the other ones I've seen. Or the ESP one I'm using. I'm not too sure, to be honest. If you did want to look up the dimensions online, it is a ESP32 low-lin light. I think it's a WeMOS low-lin light version 1. This particular one was from AZ Delivery. I think this is the box. Yeah. Low-lin light 32. I bought like these back when microcontrollers were like much cheaper. You could get them for like £2, maybe £3 or more, even on Amazon without them to get them on AliExpress. No, most of them seem to be like 5, 6, maybe £8 and stuff like that. But you can get obviously like little Bluetooth ones, they got the ones with the larger capacitors and stuff on. But a lot of them have like the custom firmware flash on the chip, and then that uses what's considered like an annoying like pairing and stuff, and I have heard of some other issues with the audio quality. This was meant to be the best way for the highest audio quality, but it's, at one point we did get a really nice, perfect, crisp audio coming out of these. Now it's gone back to being crackly, so I'm not too sure. We know this is definitely capable of outputting nice, clean audio. Hopefully there's not an issue with the speakers. This I have no idea to hook up though, but as you can see, it's got Bluetooth. I have no idea how I would power it. I assume I could just wire one of these to play with power. 25.4 millimeters, 58 mil pin gap, 2 Go into Google. Okay, yeah, it is a big boy. I've actually got a calculator, so I can probably confirm that for you. It's roughly, yeah, you said 50 something. This is me roughly measuring. I got about 50 odd there. It's about 50 long, this one is. And in terms of the width, it is, so about 25-ish probably on the width. But if you compare that to something like this board, obviously this doesn't have any of the charging or anything like that. I'm not too sure what the full capabilities of this is. That's 15 by, oh, it just poked through my glove with the back end of that. 15 by about 23. And the D1 Mini is 25 by around 34-ish, maybe, yeah, about 34. So it's like roughly about half the size. Well, not quite half the size, but 60% of the size of the low-in light one. So we can't use this, but there are some smaller ESPs I think you can use to do this, but I think they are limited because of the way we are doing it with the Bluetooth radio. But I'm not an expert on any of this. Just learning it. Okay. So before I house all of this up, I'm going to quickly go and see if I can find out exactly what this one is that I've bought. And we'll see if we can like somehow hook this up, supply with power, play some audio just to see how it sounds. And then try to hook all of this into here, which is going to be fun. I might need to take a short break at some point to catch the shop open again. And we'll be back now in just 2 minutes. Okay, 2 seconds. I'm gonna look up the SIG. NHM118. Okay, let's put the mic back on. Let's have a look. If I switch to show you, if I can find the window. This one here. There you go. This is the item right here. Did you wiggle out the dirt on that blinky talky bit? Oh no, I didn't clean up the dirt on the top of the headset, if that's what you're on about. Yeah, hopefully I don't end up streaming for as long as I was yesterday, because I was like super tired. I reckon this product is a low power Bluetooth design solution, supports the latest Bluetooth, latest, yeah, definitely latest. 4.2 transmission, 2 channel stereo lossless playback. The module can be connected to Bluetooth to quickly realize Bluetooth wireless transmission, which is very convenient. Ooh. It is in an open environment, the Bluetooth connection distance can reach 20 meters. Widely used in a variety of Bluetooth audio reception, a variety of audio DIY modification. Function Bluetooth version 4.2 support automatic connection technology, support WAV, WMA, FLAC, APE, MP3, lossless accordion, stereo, dual channel output. Talking like a woo, sorry. Okay. Module blue light indicator light. When Bluetooth is not connected, the indicator light flashes quickly. When Bluetooth connection is on, the indicator light is always on. We have a circuit diagram here, I think. Yeah, we have a circuit diagram here. I think it's just this, like the board diagram though, I think. Cannot see any way information on how much voltage I need to supply this thing though. See, these people are outputting them via, so this would be a capacitor and a resistor, I'd assume, which I think I need to do to improve the sound quality on these. I did a DC step down to get the voltage down to 5 volts. Somebody says that, looks like it says 5 volts there too. And that's the same amplifier I think we're using, also close. I found a PDF for it. Make me a mod for 2 seconds. I'll link it. I don't even understand how to do that. How do I go about doing that? Oh wait, I can just click on you. Just click this button, I think. Okay, let's try this. There you go. Give that a go, Squish. Yeah, do watch out, Squish will be striking everybody with a band hammer now. So I do think we are going to have to get some. That's why it'd come in handy if I did have some of them electronic components. I've been looking against some kits with random resistors, capacitors. At least then we could have put one in line and tested. Okay, let's have a look at this data sheet. Are you sure you want to leave YouTube? Yes, go to site. Waiting eternity for this to load. I'm like maxing out my internet at the moment with streaming. Nice, it's the exact same board as well, I think. Okay, so Bluetooth 4.0. Bluetooth name. Give the name of the board. Play music, monthly indicator. Okay, we've got some functions. Uses a half-hole process. Okay, that's apparently as well. That's called. Can directly patch or weld it onto the board. Okay, it's a power supply. Positive pole 5 volts. Short circuit diode required for 3.7 power supply of lithium battery. Don't ban me, please. That's great words. So looking like I can use a lithium battery with this, I'd assume. Used to unlock the power control. Mute output. High level 3.3 when mute. Output low level during playback. The default output is 100% volume. Volume can be increased or decreased by pressing the button. If the volume control is less than 50%, the volume output is 15% after repowering. See, it says 5. Oh wait, there's a battery thing here. Wait a second. Pin. Yeah, so 5 volts on one of the pins. Another pin takes 3.7. So let's have a look at this board and see what it's got on here. Because I'm only seeing VCC and ground on this board that I have. Ah, that's for the M28. Ah, okay, so which one specifically do I have? I have the small one here, which is the M18. Okay, M18. Okay, yeah, I see. M28. It's good to see there's different versions of this, and some have like a port on there and stuff. Some of these might be good for you know, exactly what we're doing here basically, instead of the setup we have. M38. Oh, where the hell is the one I'm looking for then? Oh, it's right here. But like there's no information on that one. Apparently not. M38 got an amplifier board built in. Let's have a look. Where's the M38? You said this one here. Direct speaker connection. You can use micro USB for 5 volt supply, or you can connect 5 volt or 3.7 lithium battery. Oh, it also does say note that the 5 volt and the 3.7 volt power supply interfaces are different. 5 volts is connected to 5 volts ground, and lithium 3.7 lithium battery is connected to VBAT and ground. But I don't have VBAT and ground on this particular one, but it shows you the pins you need to use. Yeah, but on them pins into the that is for the board itself. I'm just awfully confused. Oh, well, I will be plugging in with 5 volts for testing anyway, so that should be fine, I'd assume then. But I can't see a VBAT on this particular one. That's pretty cool. I just meant there was a version that I built in now, but yours is The M18. Yeah, this one is the M18 one, yeah. So we can give this a quick go. I'd assume I can just supply power straight to this thing. Do I need to pull mute high though? I couldn't remember. Does anybody know? If we're gonna need to pull that like high or low or anything like that, or if we can just leave that as is. I'm gonna start by just getting a little bit of wire and just connecting some power across this. I'll just grab this chunky big boy cable for now because it's right next to me. That'll probably be sufficient. Now we'll strip up both sides of this cable. Oh, we'll actually probably best square this cable because it is cut at a sloppy angle right now. It's a bit better. I would say give it 60 volts and see what happens, or maybe try 5. Yes, tempted. I'm not too sure which one to try, 60 or 5. I need to also adjust these for this size cable. There you go. That should hopefully be okay. I think they're pre-tinned wires all the way through. Either that or they're aluminium. If you need 5 volts too, you're going to need another board. I'll step up the voltage. Can this not? So yeah, if I'm using it wirelessly and stuff, yeah, I will have to look at that. I do have the little step-up boards here though. I don't know if we can, I think we did discuss yesterday that these little things, we have to like jumper some pads or something on there maybe, or desolder something, to be able to output to different voltages. 5, 8, 9 or 12. But I don't know if these step up the voltage or down the voltage. Yeah, aluminium wires. Yeah, I know. Let's tin up these wires quickly then. Let's chuck a wire in here. Don't know if they're going to need tin in, but I'm going to chuck a little bit of solder on them just in case. We don't have a black one, so we will use a white one. No idea if this solder's even taken to these wires. It's quite hard to tell. Hopefully. It's much easier to tell with actual copper wires. That one looked like it did, so I'd assume so. Let's move this helping hands back out of the way. Put some solder on all these boards. So what do we want? The 2 in the middle, apparently. So, it'll be this one here. Come on. Do you know you want to melt solder? Jeez, had a difficult time transferring heat there. There you go. Oh, I'm putting the solder in there in a way, and I haven't even done the other little board. Let's solder up this one now as well. voltage and ground we want. So we need our little connector wires. Let me know if the focus is okay or if I need to like dilate it a little bit more. Is that about right for that distance? Okay, so we got VCC, which is this one here. So we'll solder that one in first. Find some tweezers somewhere, would be nice. Tweezers, I've moved them all to the side apparently. Okay, we'll try and swap over hands and see if we can do this. Can we get this here? Okay, that's that wire done. We want the white wire. Didn't flow as well. And I just moved down completely. Okay. Totally just moved that completely out of frame there. Hopefully that that works okay now. Now we need to, so these need to be the other way around, which is a bit annoying. From the way we've got the board. So now let's solder these wires on. Okay, so that's that wire on there. Now can we get this one to line up nicely? Oh, we can, but it decides it wants to move. Okay, hopefully that's good. Okay, that's on it there. All nice and solid together. So hopefully we can just plug this in and it doesn't go pop or boom. That's the moment of truth. Let's just double check my connections. So that says V, and that's going via the red wire. Flip the board over, have a look at the back. That's going into VCC, white. It's going from ground, G, over to GND, ground, here. Smoke time. Hopefully not. Don't say that, Squish. Yeah, get the fire extinguisher ready. Okay, I've only seen that pop up once so far on that viewfinder thing. Has anybody else noticed it popping up at all? Try and get that in focus in case it does magic smoke. And 3, 2, 1. Is that it? Oh, yeah, there's a blue light. We see blue light. We see flashing blue light. And not getting any smoke yet. Okay, so now let's have a look into Bluetooth devices. And let's add a Bluetooth device and have a little search, see what we find. Okay, yeah. It's showing up with a headphone symbol, X, WF, M18, M28, M38. Connected. So you've connected to it, but you know what I did forget to do? Got a bit ahead of myself. I didn't wire it to the speakers. I know it's magic, but it's not quite that magic. So I'm just going to unplug that quickly. And we'll grab these wires and we'll wire these speakers up. Okay. So where on earth do I wire these speakers to? Well, I guess I tie all the grounds together and I just send a live signal down the left and right. Wireless speakers, and no need to wire them. Oh yeah, my bad, I forgot about that. Just using Tesla technology and not the car company. Just wirelessly transmit. Just strap a battery to each of the earpieces. Okay, so I need to now tie another 2 cables to this somehow. I'm just going to do it on the underside of the board. It's probably going to be the easiest for me. Let's tack a little bit more solder onto this ground and hope it doesn't fall off on the top. I think at the moment I'm feeding that solder into the IN and not into the board. There you go. I don't think it's falling off on the other side. We will find out in a second though, won't we? Once we flip this over. Just grab these 2 ground wires and try to get these tacked on here. Let me put them together actually. That's normally a bit easier. That's what we were doing before when we were sharing the ground. Grab these 2 wires. Run a bit of capped on tape stuck on the end of my finger. Get out of here. Get. Alright. Can I get these 2 wires the same? Yeah, okay, I think that's about the same. So we can hold them together, maybe give them a little bit of a twist. Going to stay together, wires? Going to play nice? No? No, apparently they're not. Okay, see if we can get this soldered down onto this board. Terrible amount. Yeah, that needs a little bit of flex, but it keeps going pointy, the solder. I'm hoping that that's connected, okay? Oh, definitely not connected now. So just desolder it. But that's on the better this time anyway, so that's okay. Just grab a little bit of isopropyl alcohol and just clean up that mess I just made there. Just so the board's not all sticky. There you go. So now we need our left and our right. I guess we'll solder them on the bottom as well. Why not? These wires are really short, that I'm dealing with right now as well. I like making life difficult for myself. I like all my joints to be pointy. Yeah, cold, pointy and oxidized is always the best, isn't it? That proper, like, apocalyptic look. Okay. So now we need to take our right speaker and chuck that on right. Our left speaker and chuck that on right. So ain't gonna be soldering like that, are we? That's the wrong tool. Let's see if we can just grab this and just tack it in from the back, maybe. Is this the left? No, no, this is not the left, this one's the right. That should be tacked on there fine. On our right speaker cable. If we can get to it. Oh, we're going to be able to... I don't think we've got that close enough to the end of the tips of the tweezers there. Okay, I need to try and get that on there a little bit better, I think. It's okay, but not perfect. So I can move that up slightly. Okay, that's a much better connection on there now. 100%, yeah, definitely. Well, they seem like decent enough joints, because I'm giving them a good old rub and they're not coming off. So this should now be a fully working, obviously currently USB powered. Speakers. Let's flip the speakers over maybe. Will they work? Do we need to do something with the mute or not is another thing. But we will soon find out. Letting you any kind of like no. Oh wait, I just did a doolulu noise. I think that came from the speaker, and I think it just automatically paired and connected straight to the Bluetooth. Headphones, yeah, that just connected straight up on its own automatically. Gonna knock them down for now to about like 20%. And see if I can find some audio to play. Oh, I don't know, it's flashing again now, the blue light is there. So I'm a little bit confused about that. But if I go to my manager thing, let's have a look. Let's go to the Bluetooth devices. Connected music. Yeah, it says it's connected. Okay, so we're getting audio. This is on 100% right now. Not getting any crackle or pop, but they are a lot more quieter. Like, I don't know, an amp with them I think would be nice. Like I've got them on 100% or close now and they're on my ears. That'd probably be loud enough, to be honest, for a headset. But if you could get slightly more out of it, can you put the amp between the speakers and the board? Yeah, like go closer from like that. It doesn't sound as like high fidelity as when we were getting the clear sound coming out of the other setup. But then that went really funny and all crackly and poppy. Let me just, this, like the other one we only ever put up to like 30 max. This is now on 100, but there, let me just check this other window. Oh, actually now it's on 100%. Let me have a little listen. That's probably an adequate volume, to be honest, to drive these headphones. I don't know why though, they just sound a lot more tinny than they did previously. I don't know if that's coming through on the mic. way more tinny. No, zero crackle or anything. Oh yes, you add the amp and see the crackles. I don't think it was the amp that was making it crackle, to be honest. But we will try. Let me knock this volume all the way down and unplug this board. But yeah, we'll try with one of these amps because we have like a lot of them. I think we had 5 of them, I think. So let's break one of them off. And then we need some more wires, I guess. So left, right, and ground. So we're gonna have to desolder 2 wires off here, I guess. So we'll quickly, so we can take these wires off here. Come on, come off. There you go. When you want the wire to stay on the board, it doesn't want to. When you want it to come off, it doesn't want to. There you go. Can I even get to any of them other wires? That's that one off. Okay, so we've got them 2 wires off. We need more wires again. I'm just going to use these tiny little offcuts of wire we've got sitting around here to do it. Yeah, tiny, but no crackle. Yeah. Like, they might be a good enough option. Like, if you were looking to do this, I probably would recommend one of these. I don't know how good the distance is going to be on it and stuff, though. Because it's like a lower, like an older Bluetooth. Just going to quickly, you can't see that a second. Let me zoom out. Is that still in focus well? Yeah, maybe. This probably so loud that it can blow your eardrums. Yeah, probably. Like the other one definitely would have. The ESP one on 100%. That's why I didn't want to put, like, I think it would have blown the speakers. So let's just tin up all of these pads ready. Oh no, I guess I remove everything from the board, don't I? I see. I need to remove that ground too. On here. There you go. That's off. Bluetooth up to version 6 now, I think. Damn, I didn't even realize they're up to Bluetooth 6. So we need to supply this board first, don't we? So let's see if we can get a wire on here. Also keeping an eye on the time, because in like 10 minutes I'm going to have to run down to the shop before it closes. So I need 3 cables probably, and now let's start from the outside, furthest away from me. It's normally the easiest way to solder. Okay, so I think that's on there. Oh look, we've got another cable here as well. Just quickly trim this one down. Let's see if we can quickly tin this one up as well. Just check a whole bunch of solder on here. See if we can get some of this coating burnt off here. That should be okay. Hopefully. Gotta try and make sure you get it off on all sides, otherwise when you tack it down sometimes it doesn't bond very well. Just give it a quick scrape with yeah. I think that's okay. What are you going to eat? Bacon? No. I don't even know what I want, to be honest. I just know I'm getting a bit hungry and I want to get a snack before the shop closes. Really like an extra hand, like an extra arm when I'm soldering, it'd be super handy. Always like swapping stuff around from one hand to another. It's an absolute pain. Okay, that's all soldered on there. Nope, that middle one is not soldered on there very well. Typical. I just moved it a whole bunch when it was set, didn't I? Oh, that's going all spiky now. The flux is all dried up on there. Come on. Work properly for me. Okay, hopefully that's on there now. On there nice this time. Yeah, people, that's all there. Need at least 3 hands. Yeah, definitely. My whole wall is green because I have my LEDs on at the moment. Nice. Like practical lighting from like colored LEDs and stuff is always really cool. Okay, well they're not falling off this time, the wires, so that's a better sign. In time, maybe evolution will see that. Yeah, they will, hopefully. So I guess we need to connect all of these across. I guess I should chuck this board over this side, maybe. Left. So there's going to be a... I need to look at like getting a reel of like small cable if I'm doing like this kind of work. Like things like this. Get away from your lead smoke. Okay, so we're on the left and we want to connect that to the L on here. Hope so that's actually stuck on the board properly. Yeah, that's not coming off. On the right, stick that on here on this side. And that is decided not to stick at all. I think I need a little bit more solder on that pad though, to be honest. There you go. Hopefully the end of this cable is tinned up enough to take to this. Okay, I think that's stuck this time. I'm still not 100% happy with it. Could be a bit flatter and better there. Just these little wires, they love moving. Well, the bow's moving more than anything, to be honest. Hopefully that's on there okay now, nice and flat. Let's give it a quick pull. Yeah, that seems fine. What do we need now? Oh, the ground cable now. I hate tying like 20 million different cables to the same pad through hole. We need to now get this ground one connected over to this ground pad. We're going to also have to connect these other ones, so we might as well do this all in one go. No, wait, no we don't, because these go to the other board. Never mind, this one ground's when you go into this. This should actually simplify the wiring process. Okay, that's good. Let's have a look. Can I get a solder to actually melt? Yes, but it needs some flux. By some I mean like a whole truckload of it. No, not really. I just accidentally put a bit too much on there. Can we get this flat? Okay, hopefully that's on there and that's nice and flat. Let's grab a cotton bud and give it a wipe, we'll see. Give it a quick tug. I'm going to give it a quick wipe and we'll see if it comes off. That seems okay. Let's give it a little bit of a tug. Yeah, quick tug. One little wiggle. Yeah, that all seems good. Let me just check the other ones too. Getting a little bit of the fibres coming off the cotton ball because I'm catching the edge of the board and stuff there. But yeah, they seem okay. So now we just need our speakers. We can separate the grounds again on here because this board takes them individually. We need to just desolder this. Can we just tap that with the iron and get them apart? Or can we not? Yes, we can. Okay, that's good. 4 minutes you need to get through it. Okay, thank you for the reminder because I would forget and then I'd be gutted. So which speaker is which? Oh, I'm pretty sure the red one's the one with the black wire in it. Or did I? No, it's left because I meant to do it that way, but then I forgot. So this is left. So we'll do our left first. I think I will add a little bit more solder to them pads as well. I keep calling them pads, I know it's through holes. I don't know if technically if the thing on top is also a pad. I have no idea if I'm using the wrong terms interchangeably and stuff. Just trying to get a nice little bowl on there to make it easier to get these on. Yeah, because we want left, we want the red cable. Tweezers, there you go. It doesn't have like every tool I got is black. You should probably get like a different colour for each tool. I think I'd be able to like locate them faster. Can do this when you get back. Yeah, it won't take me 2 seconds to solder this up. But I'll probably have to test it once I get back. Let's try and pull this down closer. Get the ground in first. These poor cables though, they've been through a lot. They've been soldered and unsoldered and soldered. Okay, so that's connected there. That's our minus, so that's our ground cable. Ground cable. And then a positive cable here. I keep moving these too fast. Solder takes a second to set on these small boards. I'm using 360 degrees. I could probably knock it down, but it just enables me to work quickly. Plus, when I'm working on the Xbox controller boards, 350 to 370 seems to be the temperature that's needed. These small boards, I could probably use a lot less. Positive, so let's do this positive one here. Okay, all of that just sunk down into the hole then. Oh, I just wicked a bunch of it off with the iron. There you go, that's better. One more wire to solder. I use 700 degrees Celsius. Sounds like a good temperature. I bet you can solder really fast there. But that's good for like HDMI port replacements. Okay, I keep moving these wires too early before this thing sets up. not used to the solder staying liquid for more than like 1 second. Well, that's all soldered and wired. So technically that should work. Yo, what's going on, JFix? Yeah, we're trying a different board. We got the other one all working. We had it playing without any crackle or pop or fuzziness, but then the crackle and stuff came back. There was like a very slight hiss, and I've read a couple of places we might need like a resistor and a capacitor in series or something. But we're not too sure why the crackle came back. So for fun, before we try to like put everything in the case, we're trying the small Bluetooth board that we got. So we've managed to wire up at the moment just for testing purposes. We're not too sure if the working voltage of this particular model is like 3 point something to 5, or if it's only 5. The other models do have a lithium battery thing. I'm not sure what the technical term is. So for now we just wired up one of these USB-C ports straight into this. We tested these fine without the amp just now, and they were more than fine for headphone use. But we thought it'd be fun just to see if we could crank a little bit more out of it. Plus we can eliminate any additional noise being added from this amplifier as well. But I do have to take a 5 to 10 minute break because I need to quickly nip down the shop before it closes. But yeah, this is like absolutely tiny. Even if we did have to do this, we have to add in like a BMS, like a little battery management board. They're normally around the size of these two chips. So we're still probably only about the same footprint then as the ESP32 on its own. Obviously we don't have as much options. No, I don't think so. I didn't hear it. I just heard like a little ping or ding noise when it connected. Plus this one seems to be auto reconnecting on its own and stuff when we like power it on and off, which this one doesn't seem to be. But that's like a size comparison. So even if we had 2 boards this side, a battery management one with a USB-C port or something on it, or we can probably use this to be able to locate the port where we want to and solder this onto like the USB-C port of the BMS. But even like 4 boards would probably be smaller than that, and much smaller than the mess that we have wherever it is. Where if I even put our board setup arse over here on the headset, rather than like this that we currently have. Yeah, free time, I know, I definitely don't want to miss the shop. So I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. I will just quickly find some music just to put on quietly. Is that coming through there? No, again, nothing in the desktop audio. So yeah, play with me. Like 5 to 10 minutes, shouldn't take me long to go down the shop and back. And we will continue with this to see what we can get done. Probably better battery life. Yeah, I haven't checked the power draw on the little board, to be honest. We probably should check that, to be honest. Remind me when I get back. And we can check it with, like, because I didn't check it before without the amp. But we do know what the other one is like at around 30, which is like a nice high volume. It was drawn 175. So we'll see if this with the amp and everything, how much that draws. But the one thing I will say, even though we're getting crackling and stuff now on the ESP setup, when it wasn't getting the crackling and it was sounding fine, which makes me think it might be like a wiring issue or interference or something. It sounded like it had much better range of frequencies. With these powered through this little board, to me, it could just be the music we were using, because we should have like used the same track or same audio for everything so we could have a fair comparison. It sounded a lot more tinny running from this board, but I can't be 100%. But yeah, give me like 10 minutes quickly to nip down the shop and I will be back. And I'll quickly put this mic into the charging port while I'm away as well. I should be not too sure if there's any default things the chatbot can do to entertain you while I'm away. If not, I'm going to have to work out how to add some things. I did read kind of bingo and some bits and pieces. Guess who's back? Back again. The snack man is back. So I need to quickly put on my gloves. I have plenty of snacks. They didn't have a massive assortment. Thank you very much. Find any tasty dirt snacks. Wiggle. What do worms even eat, out of curiosity? I think they just eat like soil and stuff. Do they eat like tiny little spiders? I know worms are good, because when I was trying to do my garden last year, whenever I'd find worms, when I was like regrading the lawn, I'd like carefully pick up the worms and throw them over into like the flower bed area. I think they eat soil. Sweet. I've got some soil here for you. Here you go, Squish. Got a snack for you. Oh, I can't even seem to grab it right now. Oh, this is going to get soil everywhere, isn't it? Here's a tasty snack for you, Squish. This is a flower left over from last year, which I do need to repot a whole bunch of them. I meant to do them like last month already, like seedlings and stuff, so I can transfer them into the garden. Yeah, it looks delish. Yeah. I've actually got a bag of what I think is worm poo, I think they call it. Like, they don't call it worm poo, but I think it's worm poo somewhere. I think it's called worm castings. Oh, I just completely just obliterated that glove trying to put it on. Alright, we're just having some technical difficulties, 2 seconds. I do also want to maybe just give me a good idea of having some kind of like cool overlays on the stream, like technical difficulty ones, just with like a beep. Maybe we can do like a cool modification on the old BBC test screen with the chalkboard. I need to find another glove a second. Okay, I've got one here. So whenever I mess something up, or we could look again some, I think I can enable commands with the stream element. I think that's the one we're using currently for chat. So you could potentially have some fun with some commands and stuff. Also, we have now turned into a snack review channel. So on today's snack review channel, we're going to be looking at a Galaxy Ripple, a Mars bar, a ridiculously overpriced Dairy Milk Freddo, some Transformer snack, spicy flavour, and the old classic McCoy Ridge Cut Salt and Vinegar, all the way from the UK. We're trying British snacks. Very unhealthy. Yeah, I know, I couldn't make up my mind what I wanted, so I just got all of them. I don't think I'm going to be able to eat this much. I'm definitely going to eat that in like one bite. And I'll have one of the chocolate bars and one of the packets of crisps later. I don't like decisions. No, I'm not. You're eating all this lot. No, I'm not eating all that lot. I can try. We'll see how hungry I am. But I don't plan to while watching Sherlock. Yeah, that's the plan. So that's why I got them. So I can watch. I think I'm on the last episode. But I'm not 100% sure if I completely paid attention to the episode before that. So I might rewatch that one to be sure. So I've got my snacks ready. Okay, don't know if you can hear like that buzzing in the background. I can turn it off if you guys can't hear it. Is the air purifier / dehumidifier. It doesn't need to be on right now. This time it's 52% humidity, which is more than fine. Let's get this board out of the way so I don't get confused. I think this is all wired up now, isn't it? So we should be able to just plug this thing in and it should work. Can you hear it? It does not bother me. Okay. Does anybody know, I know Zach Nanofix, he said he was enabling on his stream when I was watching it last. Ah, you was going to check the power draw. Oh yeah, good point. Thank you for reminding me, Squish. He was enabling a like a background noise, like an emulator, background noise reduction, like he was enabling it or something. So I'd like to figure out how to do that, because I assume that'd probably make the stream a bit better. I don't want to completely remove all kind of noise. I might get a shotgun mic at some point, maybe, just because I can get like a nice mix of you know, the sounds of stuff I'm doing as well as my voice. I haven't listened back to any of the streams yet to have a listen and figure out what adjustments I want to make. Okay, filters. Is that like something I do within OBS, or do I need like another external software or something? Ooh, this is tight. Okay, it went in eventually. Okay, now this is drawing. Oh no, I'm looking at it upside down, I think. Let's have a look. So far, this is very low. You're probably not going to be able to see that on the camera, but it is drawing 18 milliamps. Yeah, 18 and 19 milliamps at the moment. Let's see if this thing is connected. Yeah, it's automatically connected again. I don't know, I've never streamed. Other streamers can, I'm sure. I think you can do it in OBS. You need to ask Andy or one of the streamers. Yeah, James JFix did link me to some video that I meant to watch, but I didn't get around to it. And yeah, at the moment it's like 19, sometimes it's 20 peaking. We're not playing any audio or anything at the moment. Let me knock this right down, because I'm not too sure how much the amp is going to boost this. I think I've got music playing though, to be honest, but I'm not getting anything coming out of these speakers. Oh, do you know why we're not getting anything coming out of these speakers? I'll give you guys one guess. Let me show you guys with the microscope. I'll give you guys one guess. Can anybody see anything I might have missed? Does that amp need power? Yeah, it might do. Let's unplug this. And jeez, that is ridiculously tight in that port, which is good. I guess you don't want a loose port, but jeez. Lol, I guessed. Yeah, you guessed right, Squish. Well done. 5 volts. Yeah, yep. I missed the 5 volts. So let's, I guess, jump off from the top side. That's going to be annoying though. More stupid cables. I need to look again some better cables somewhere the same, like in between this and this, because these are just like too sick and annoying and cumbersome. 60 volts, yeah. I think they got that wrong. I think this meant to be 50. Let me see if I can correct that for you, Squish. Where is... Oh god, I've just knocked part of a case over. That is now lost, never to be found again. Okay, here's what I was looking for. Okay, can we actually write this small? That's the question. Okay, so 660. Yeah, this does not want to write on the board. 60 volts. You inspired me with this project to take up my own project. Nice, I'm glad to hear that, James. Everybody should like try to like make stuff and reuse whatever they can, especially if you're already like repairing stuff and you have a lot more knowledge than me. I think you'll be able to do a much better job than I have done. I think you'd be able to look at different modules and stuff and understand them all a lot better. I'm not too sure like what you're going to decide if you're going to go for a like already done module like one of these. I still would like to test the other larger modules. I think they have maybe a built-in amp and stuff as well, so you might not need the separate boards. Like the bigger ones, quite popularly, I've seen them in a red color. But they are the ones with the annoying pairing voice. Bluetooth connected. There's our black wire. I think I have like a blindness to black color. Anything that's black on this mat, it takes me a minute to find. No, I've already ripped these gloves as well. And there's me talking good praise about these gloves, but they've been letting me down lately. I need to find the snips now. I've just bought something cool. Okay, what have you bought, James? You'll have to let us know. I look forward to seeing like a video or a stream on that, hopefully. That's cool. Someone's been doing other projects. Yeah, definitely. That's another reason why I wanted to do this, is because like I've heard you can get like higher quality results doing stuff like this. I assume if you wanted to try like PCB design, you could get it even better again. But understanding some of the complexities, but I guess you could probably literally just find what works for you based on like modules, and then just recreate whatever layout each module has and how they interface with each other. Or you could probably make a board that takes these like via jumpers. Like this one has got like the half rings, you could just boom straight onto like another board. It's like an SoC or something. I got a Soviet era frequency counter. Uses the Nixie tubes, they're amazing. I was looking at some of them. I wanted to buy some just because they look so cool, but like they're not cheap. I'm going to try and use ESP32 to provide a frequency link to YouTube ATI that makes a live subscriber counter. Oh, that sounds absolutely amazing. Please do that. I would love to see like a stream of that as well. If you do a stream, I'll definitely try and tune in, depending on like what time it is and stuff. But if you do a video, I'll still watch it. Let's try and get some of these copper, and just stupid cutting little copper strands right over where I'm working. Just quickly gonna tin up some wires a second for this power. You can kind of see that's a little bit out of focus. Yeah, real Nixie are so nice. Yeah, they are. It's like a crazy, the way people like figured out to do stuff. Before it was crazy. I think it's like crazy now. We can't see how crazy it is because like I think it's microscopic. But there's some really like intuitive, I think it's called, not intuitive. I don't know what the word would be. I can't think off the top of my head. But like kind of like ingenious, smart like ways of coming up with doing things. You would see what this thing looks. You should see what this thing looks like. I can imagine if it's Soviet, I bet it's like really industrial and bulky, I'm assuming. Okay, so we've got two wires tinned up now. This one and this one, which you can only barely see. It's an 8-digit and I got over 100. Damn, that's pretty good. Because when I was looking at some of the Nixie tubes, like the bulbs, I think they were like 20 or 30 pound each. I think I could be wrong. I remember them being like quite expensive. So if all of those are working, that's pretty good. How are we going to get these wires on here is beyond me. I guess we'll just do that and tack it underneath the board or something. Just got like double stack wires here. Totally not like sketchy. Is there a better way to do this? I am not too sure. Than just soldering this wire straight on top of this one. I've got a couple of strays on this. 1 second. Okay, I think that's okay. This is like super sketch, the way I'm gonna have to solder this. I do not like doing double stacked wires. Can we get that to melt? Hopefully. Yeah, I think that's soldered there. This is like the ultimate sketch though. Trying to solder these wires here. Can barely see what I'm doing. Should probably use the microscope myself. I think they're all soldered on. Is it in view? Yes, right there. You guys can probably see that. I sent you a photo on Discord. Sweet, when I'm back at the other computer, because I don't have my Discord account logged in on this computer. I will have a look. Okay, so we've got that there. We can just bend that down there. Bend this one down here. Now hopefully we can supply. So we can just get a little bit of a new memory into this cable. We're flexing around this way. Now we need to supply this voltage to this board. Hopefully without them all moving. That's the one thing I do hate about these cables. Is everything wants to move whenever you move them. I want a little bit more solder on there. For this thickness of a cable, doesn't really seem adequate enough. That's just sliding all over the place. Can we get this and hold it flat to the board? Hopefully that's on there okay. It just doesn't seem as good as I'd like. I don't know why I'm fussing, because we are literally just testing this, so it just needs to be connected, to be honest. I hate crossing over wires. There probably could have been a better way I could have done this. See, that side soldered much better. This side, not so much. It just looks ugly. It's on there though. I need to stop letting it bother me. You guys can't even see that. There you go. So the positive I was happy with. No, sorry, the ground. I can't remember which one. Oh no, it wasn't even this. It was the soldering on this board over here. Yeah, this one I was happy with. This one just looks like crap. You can still see the top of the wire, but like it ain't coming off. And we just tested, so should be okay. Let's switch back to the overhead camera and give you guys a view there. Let's move this solder wire out of the way. Let's have a look. We can plug this thing in now, can't we? Also, James, I'm not too sure if you caught we tested the power draw on this. It wasn't playing any music or anything. It was like 18, 19 milliamps. Depending on what you want, you can probably get a range of different ESPs to do that. You probably wouldn't need. Okay. Boom boom. Okay, we're not getting any of the crackle hits when we adjust the volume on this one. 100 seems like, yeah, that's loud. So which setup do you think we go for? Because I don't know, I'm still not 100% sure if I like the quality on these. Did we find the data sheet for this chip? I think we did, didn't we? Oh, yeah, I'm not checking the power draw. Geez, yeah, that's low. I think we can ask for this one, I'm going to be honest. It's 26 milliamp. Yeah, no crackle. It's not louder than the other one because the other one I never put past 30%. But this one is on like 100. Yeah, I'm not putting it to 100. That's about 80. But there, it's like ridiculously loud. It's like powering them like proper speakers. Less power, less space, no crackle. Yeah, I'm just not 100% sure if the audio quality is as good. I'd like to find what kind of like frequency and bit rate we're transferring the audio at, but considering when you pull in 26, let's knock it right up this volume. Yeah, even with the volume like right up, like ridiculously loud, you never have it that loud on your ears. It's putting like 27, 28 milliamp. So it reckons 152 milliamp hour. I just think that we're getting less range on the frequency on these where they're plugged in than we were when the ESP. I think it could be a bad connection on the other one between the two boards. Yeah, I did try wiggling around and doing some stuff, so I might have a little patch with that. But it's good to know that this is, like, it's okay. Like, these are not the best speakers in the world anyway, if we're knocking down from them. But I feel like when we're using the ESP32 and the other DAC, we were getting nice. It just felt like I was getting a wider range of frequencies coming out of these speakers. But like this one, the power draw is like ridiculously, it's like what, less than 20% of the power. You want to be able to turn them up to 100% without blowing. I do still think we probably need like a resistor or something in here to reduce max to about 50 maybe. Or maybe 60 at most. Does it have EQ settings? I don't think there's any way to do any like EQing on this itself. You could probably do like an external software, but then if you were using it on a range of devices, you wouldn't have that option. I don't think we've got any way to like edit the firmware or anything on this chip because it's like custom. Unless MB knows a way that we can read the code on this chip and put it into like some kind of ID. As the stream going again, yeah, I am getting some pop-ups from error. YouTube is not responding. And I'm getting 17% dropped frames. So that's not great. Hopefully it sorts itself out. I'm gonna probably order a cable, another Ethernet cable to run in here, which I hate having cables everywhere. And that should make it a bit better, not massively because my internet is not the best. But I'm only getting like a 4-bar connection, so I'm not even getting the full capability of my internet, so that might help like a little bit, not much, but it should increase a bit. But once I have like fiber internet, that shouldn't be an issue at all. going to quickly move these closer so I can have a little listen. I don't know if it's the music, there might be a slight hiss coming out. It's not bad. Decent enough if MD was looking for a really cheap, easy way, because this module, I think we have it up on Amazon here, we have both the modules. Let's have a look, let me see if I can find the page a second. So this one here, I think it is. Well, this is the amp that we're using. We did run these fine without the amp, and at 100% volume they were more than adequate for headphones and speakers of this size. But having the extra amp there is nice to be able to just push them a bit more, but it wasn't necessarily needed. I think about this volume here that we're getting, with this on like 40% or maybe less. No, it might have been less than that. I think it was about 20 something percent was the about 20% output that we're doing currently was what it was like without the amp. I'm getting a bunch of crackling now, but I don't know if that's I swear we're getting like some crackling now. But it's really hard to tell. Let me try some tones again. Tone test. Just like a solid tone. Not like a range. I've just found something called audiophile test quality.
For your words.
Okay, it's buffering. I'm trying to load videos and stuff. That's also probably what's causing the stream to lag, because I'm also buffering trying to just load anything currently. No, I don't think I'm getting any crackling. I think that's okay. Let's knock them up and just double test. Sounds okay. I feel like we are getting less range on the audio quality though. Hopefully the chat and stuff is still working fine. Like the stream and everything. I'm getting 18% drop frames though, so that's not ideal. Yeah, the power draw on this is ridiculously low. I think I'll quickly hook up the ESP again, see if we can get that not crackling and popping. If not, we'll probably just look at chucking this in here. How I would hook up the battery to this though, because I don't know if I can actually hook a battery directly up to this. That's the only thing I'm not too sure of, because this would fit very easily without any issues, and the power draw mainly is like about what we need. Take our battery after a good couple of hours of usage. So I'm not too sure. So we've got, where is the battery? Okay, the battery is in here currently with this other setup we have. Could we try wiring this up again by maybe wiring up different, or do we just swap? Because I don't know, I'm kind of leaning towards this one now, even though this one did seem like it was better sound quality. And the kind of whole premise was to use an ESP32. But just, I can't seem to get the power usage down on it, even after tweaking all the code and stuff, and that popping and buzzing. So I do not know what would be best, to be honest. Okay, let me just... make sure everything is okay with the stream. Everything is going really slow for me on this end a minute. So I need a booster then for the voltage to be able to run this, you reckon? So you'll need another board. Yes. So the other ones you can power with a lithium battery. I know the chip can take 3.7 volts, but I don't know if this board can. That's the only problem we're having. I guess the battery would be connected at this point here rather than here, so I won't have to adjust this wiring. A back boost up the wall won't. I have one here somewhere, but I just can't seem to find them for some reason. And I'm not too sure where they would be. I can see one box it might potentially be in. So I will have a quick look. I don't know if it's going to be in here, but I can see like some LEDs in here. Like some nice white cable. Plenty of different like zip ties. You can never have too many different zip ties. I don't think there's any in here though. Got some nice LEDs here though. Really good densities, and they're individually addressable. RGB. It's your call choices now. At least you have options. Yeah, that's a good point. But I just wish I could like power it now with the battery and the small setup, because I think I would go for that. But I cannot seem to find any of the components I need to find. One more idea where I might have some, to be honest. Let's have a quick look. I'm here, but they might not be. That's a jumper. Let's have a look. And two Pokemon cards that are not in the best of condition. found these as well. They are a little bit bent. I think they are first edition, I'm not 100% though. Move these out of the way. What's the link you've sent me there, Squish? Let's have a look. Go to site. Ooh, what's this one you've sent me a link to? Add a fruit mini. Ah, this is a back converter. Okay. So I assume that you can just supply that with 3.7 volts and get 5 volts out. Okay, well this seems to be empty, this bag. I do have a bag here that could have something in there. There was LEDs in here at some point. I'm hoping that I've put, yes, there is a bunch of boards in here of different kinds. So we have these. I have to figure out what they all are. And we've got a bunch of other boards in here too. Are they all the same? I am not too sure. Are these the same as this board? I think that is the same as that. I've got a bunch of these. I think these are buck converters. I think the other ones are battery management. So we might actually have everything we need, to be honest. So I assume we still need battery management if we want to charge a battery. No idea what voltage these back converters are though. Hopefully we can have a look into the microscope. I'm glad I found these. Your battery should last ages using this setup. Yeah, it should do. That's another reason why I'm thinking I could be wrong though. I think the audio quality is less. It's hard to tell, to be honest, with all the crackling and stuff. We did have a period on the ESP setup where it wasn't crackling. So I think it is just like a connection issue or something. So even if we do use this, I'm still looking at trying to maybe figure out this, because we do have the two other headsets that we could like wrap this up and know that we've got a working option for anybody who wants to do this. And at least then we'll have a comparison and we can test it against Falcon with like those Team Rocket. Nice. Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of cards, like many. These are from when I was younger, because I used to sell Pokemon cards. I used to buy like the big boxes, the retail boxes with the little individual packs in. So I'd buy one for myself and one to sell. And yeah, I have. They're not all in perfect condition though. I have a lot of them. It's small and I can draw 1 amp, although you don't need anywhere near that. Yeah, I hope I don't need 1 amp to power these speakers. I wish I could find more of these. I did have a whole bunch of these, because I was, when I was younger, selling these cards as well, but only for a short period of time. I think I only bought like maybe 2 or 4 like big retail boxes. These are not in perfect condition either, the Nitro trading cards. Okay, so I think we should look into the microscope and have a little look at these boards, see if we can figure anything out with these small boards. Because I'm pretty sure this here, let me move it and try to get it in focus for you guys, is a buck converter. But I'm not too sure. No, this one's not a buck converter. I think this one must be a step down, I think, rather than a step up. Because it doesn't have a coil on it or anything. But I could be completely wrong. Does anybody know that? Because I can see like diodes on here and capacitors and silver things. I guess they're capacitors too, because it says C. If we flip it over maybe and have a look at the back, is there any... I'm assuming this is a power delivery chip of some kind. I can see it says 3.3 there. Prob is less, but only if you discount the crackle. Yeah, you have more headsets, so yeah, exactly. So I have like the other ones which are identical, and they're in like much better condition, hopefully. Who knows though, I might touch them, and then they might just start falling apart. And yeah, you can have two headsets that you can compare. Yeah, that's going to be a nice option as well, because trying to remember what something sounds like, you can be biased, but when I can actually try one headset on and then another one on, it's like a like for like comparison then at least. Does anybody know if this is a buck converter or if this is just going to step down the voltage? Because I think this is just for stepping down the voltage. If so, I'm going to have to like get a buck converter, I think. But I happen to have a bunch of these laying around. But to me, I think this is for stepping down voltage rather than up, because I think you need coils and windings to step the voltage up, because I think it's a difference in coils on one side compared to the coils on the other side that steps up the voltage. I don't see that on here. I could be completely wrong about that. I think this one is a battery management chip though. We could probably try to clean that up and have a look at the markings on the top, if that helps anybody. Let's have a look. Just clean this off here. Crystal clear for a second. We just have to twist it to compensate for the light and rotate it around this way. Okay, now there's a couple of chips on here, I just noticed, or ICs, I don't know what the correct term is. So it looks like it is, because we've got battery, and the battery showing us out, I think. Let's have a look. Out minus. I'm confused with that, because we have two lots of battery things, do we? Oh no, never mind. I think the battery plus or minus are the in ones, and then the out are the outer ones which say out, okay. Step down probably to do 3.3. That's what I was thinking, because it does say 3.3 on the back there of this one. And I'm assuming this is, because I did get some battery management, like charging boards before. And I'm assuming these are them. I think that code might be a board code or something. So you feed in more volts and it gives, yeah. I think it was probably used to power an ESP32, maybe off the same voltage I was using to power LEDs, or like you know, some kind of DC power adapter. So I'll have to look again some 5-volt ones, I think, but they're probably going to be small, not this small, I think a little bit bigger. But that should still be fine. Yes, this LDO 3.3 to give very stable 3.3 from a higher voltage input. Okay. So that's this one here. Is it? Or let's have a look at the markings. So we can see here 8205821. So I'm assuming this, if I remember correctly, is just to manage the charging. I'm not too sure if it's got like a whole bunch of other battery stuff, but I assume we're going to need this and a step up, so we're going to be up to 4 boards for this headset. They all are quite cheap, I'm assuming, because I've got multi-packs of all of them. And I can also show you guys the Dollartech. This is the board that we're using, the MH18. This one here for our Bluetooth and our DAC and everything like that. As you can see, low power Bluetooth design, USB 4.2 with 2-channel stereo lossless playback, it reckons. We don't have a massive amount of information. We do have the spec sheets here as well. As you can see, this is fairly cheap, £3.99. You can probably find other ones out there for cheaper. That's the circuit diagrams. It's, you know, quite simple. If somebody did want to potentially get this chip, and then I'm assuming you have to flash something onto it, I'm not too sure, and you wanted to build your own little PCB, but I assume you can buy these cheaper. These were the other ones I was looking at, but I think these are the ones with the Chinese voice. But these have got a amp and everything built into them, and some filter, some what are they called, filtering, I'm assuming, with these capacitors. It's going to be USB built into the board as well, but this one I think has the pairing voice when you connect. It's for charging lithium batteries. I bought some today, but those boards are a set 1A when you buy them. 4056. It's a battery charger at 1 amp unless you change the program resistor. Okay, that's good to know. So we still don't have the capability, I guess, to power this, but let's just double check the data sheet for this chip, because we've got this here. This is the M18 we're using. We couldn't seem to find the other ones. Seem to be able to. So outputs that's 3.3. If you need to use 3.7 lithium battery power supply, you need to replace diode 0603. I'm assuming with a 0 ohm resistor, or directly short circuit 2 ends of the pad. I don't know if that's something we're able to do, because this is for the M38. Don't think we'll be able to do that with our one. Oh, you'll be happy to see. And then when it's 5 volts 2 amp, I thought that's at 52 volts for a second then. See, this one can do battery. It's got a battery connection, but it also does say something about... Oh wait, no, look, this is when using MH18. Please to pay attention to the following 2 points. Power supply 5 volts is used by default. If you need to use 3.7 lithium battery power supply, you need to replace the diode with 0603 ohm resistor or directly short circuit two ends of the pad. So we could look at doing that. We're not going to need the jumper, and we can actually fully assemble this thing right now without actually ordering a buck converter. Those service mount caps may cause issues trying to fit in the headset. The boards are pretty small though, so I think with the service mount caps, I think you still would be fine, to be honest. Can we have a look at the dimensions on the, if I go back to the, do they have the dimensions on this? Is it going to load? Yes. I don't know if that's correct. So would that be like 70 mil? I don't know. Because it's saying it's centimeters, but I swear that would be millimeters. I'm not too sure how accurate that is. Oh wait, size is here. 35 by 8. So it's only 8 tall. So that's not too bad. But it's good to know this. We need to find where this diode is on this board now though. I need to replace the diode. Okay, so it just says the diode. So hopefully there's just one diode. Let's have a look. Let's unplug this so we can have a look. I'm trying to move this into frame. Okay, where's the diode? Is this a diode here? Because I can see resistor. Okay, I'm just reading the same thing again there, my bad. Well, let's have a look. Does anybody know if this is the component they're referring to? Or do I need to bridge? Or they're already removed and I just need to bridge these across? I just need to figure out what exactly, because those instructions from the manufacturer are not really super clear. It just said the diode. So I don't know if that means it's like this the diode, or is it unpopulated and it's one of these and I need to just bridge these across. Would it be this here? Is that a diode? Let me just quickly look on Google just to double check. That's what a service mount diode, because I don't see diodes very often. SMD diode, just to double check. Yeah, it's a black looking thing and that's a black looking thing. That looks the same to me. I can see one here with an M7 component written on it. So if we zoom right in, try to get this in focus. I think there is some text on this. If we can see that text is another thing. I think that says like ET4 or something like that, I think. Let's have a look. Can we see that any better? I'm assuming that's a diode. That looks the same as what I'm looking at, I'm pretty sure. I would just expect to see it in line with the things. I don't know if I should double check, see if I can find a circuit diagram or something online for this to check. 100% that's a diode, I can see the line. can see the line, like the diode symbol. Or just a line that shows the direction it needs to go. Is that what that line up the top is then? Because I think diodes only conduct in one direction, and I think there are exceptions, but in general, because it just says the diodes, yeah, we'll just assume it's that one. I like how they put that note as well here, rather than actually under the M18, which literally has zero information, just sneakily hidden there under the M38 page on the documentation. Yeah, the line at the top diode, test with a multi-beam meter if you want to be sure. Yes, I'll just test in diode mode, I guess. Select diode there. Let's have a little look. We're getting 0.603 volts. And in the other direction, we are getting open line. Let's just double check. No, I'm getting 1.963 volts in this direction. So I seem to be getting a reading in both directions on this. 1.96 volts in this. And let's try again. Yeah, 0.63 volts. Maybe as is in circuit. Maybe, I'm not too sure. But I can't see anything else that looks like a diode on there. I'm just hoping it's not one of these unpopulated pads. We do have the schematic on the Google page, I think, though, so I might just quickly have a look, just to be sure. Where's that to? Just need to find where the hell that listing is now. Okay, I think I've got it. So if I flick back to here, we do have the diagram there, so let's have a look. So they've got a 0 ohm resistor showing there. That's a resistor. Looking for a diode. Why can I not see the diode symbol anyway? Or am I just being blind? Capacitor here. There's a capacitor here, but of a different kind. Short Desica Stepper diode. Okay, I just don't want to break the board, that's all. We'll try it. We'll risk it. Okay. I absolutely hate removing SMD components too. Wish me luck. We'll try the blue tweezers for this. Promise, fingers crossed. Yeah, I need to switch the camera as well, I just realized. So let's switch that to the microscope so you guys can see. Prob don't plug in USB power after using the battery. Ah, yeah, that's probably a good point. But what if I plug in the BMS? Because that should only then output the battery voltage, shouldn't it? So I can still plug into the USB, but I'm just going to have to disconnect the USB from going directly into this board. So let's just quickly remove them now before I forget. I don't know if you can see that. Don't think I have any solder on my iron. 1 second. Can we get this wire off? There you go. so that's both of them off there apparently, which I don't think I want to both off, but it's not the end of the world. I guess because we do need to get the one that's on the underneath off, so that is a bit more difficult. There you go. I think I've got this mic so way too close. Yeah, do not put Vivals into that once you showed it. Yeah, that's probably a smart idea. So let's disconnect these wires. Can you guys see? Oh, they've just come apart anyway on their own. There you go. Hopefully you guys can see that. I'm not zoomed in or anything. No, that's one time zoom. I blew one of those 4056s up once. It was funny as hell. Well, yeah, let's hope that I don't do that. So I need to supply this board via this USB because I'd like USB-C, and I think it's going to be easier to fit this anywhere I want in the headset, even though I know I've got a port on this. So do I need tiny little wires to jump it from the onto the, and if so, does anybody know which pins are going to be the plus and minus? Do I just plug one of these in and just run a multimeter on there to look? I wash the cock on the board, remove the existing port. Well, I just completely remove this port on here and hot glue the small board on. Yeah, but this board is taking up room, so I'd rather put this board with the others and use the smaller board to route somewhere on the outside. Not outside, but, you know, inside, but near the outside, so I can just make a hole to be able to charge it. Whereas trying to fit all of this, it's going to limit where I can put it. So I think you're saying just remove the port completely to make it smaller and stuff. Yeah, that won't make a massive difference. But shall I quickly plug this in and figure out which pins are the plus and minus? So I can solder the power correctly going into this. I need an adapter for this though, a second. So let's plug into this. Having a multimeter is like super handy. So we've got power on this, and it's got a little LED, which we could eventually, if we wanted like a charging LED on the headset, like either remove this or just solder on some wires and chuck an LED elsewhere. Yeah, I won't be using this port, but I don't have hot air, so I don't know how easy this is going to be to get off. I can see I can access all the pins and stuff for it. Okay, so let's put the multimeter on. That should be DC voltage coming in there, shouldn't it? So let's have a look. Can I hold this down steady enough where it's not going to move? I want something heavy to place on this. I don't think tweezers are going to quite do it. This cable is just wandering all over the place. I just want it to stay just in place. It just doesn't want it though. Oh, I've just dropped my tweezers. God damn it. Is that going to be any better to hold them down? Maybe. It would be nice if it was in frame though, to be honest. Leave it. Hammer time. Well, let's have a look. Okay, so I'm on the outside pin there, and the outside pin there. We're getting minus, very, very small amount. Wait, no, I'm getting minus 5 volts. Okay. So, the plus side, by the look of it, is on the same as the plus symbol on the board for the other terminals. Let's just double check that to be sure. So we've got there and there. and we're getting 5 volts. The red is our positive, so at least we know this. Actually, what are these other connectors I've got here? Can I just solder straight to this plus and this minus here? I'm getting 5 volts on that. Can I just solder the USB port to power this board just via that rather than this USB then? Or do you reckon I have to go onto these traces here? Or legs, I guess, on this charging port? Yes, I can just go straight to here and here. Yeah, it looks like it does run from there down to here. And this one, I assume, here, down here into here. Okay, well that'll make life a bit easier. It means I haven't got to basically do the equivalent of trace for pay in that tiny little gap there, because I'm not looking forward to trying to do that. And we can just solder a wire to the clearly indicated terminals. So that means this little USB-C port, which is going to act like our little extender port. Hopefully that's for now. That'll be enough wire. I can always easily extend this if needed. Oh, I hope this board works better at 60 volt. Though charges it quicker. Yeah, I bet it does. I bet it charges really fast at 60 volts. Okay, we're going to need to tin these parts up. And I'm going to have to quickly put some wash in, some like laundry on in a couple of minutes. I meant to put it on like an hour ago. But everything seems to take much longer than anticipated. Is that still in frame? No. These things just love wandering out of sight. So let's grab our little wires now. Let's solder these up. Hopefully you guys can see that okay. That could probably be a bit flatter there. It's not getting the contact I need. Yeah, that is not ideal. Maybe a little bit more solder there. I guess an okay connection, but okay, now we just need to get that actually connected again. I did my washing earlier, it's on the air right now. Yeah, that's what I need to be doing. Like, they should dry pretty fast. I've had the dehumidifier running for like ages, and we're like 49 now humidity. It's like, yeah, the air is pretty dry right now in here. Okay, that's much better. I keep moving out of the way so you can't see. But yeah, that wire's actually covered this time. So maybe we check a little bit more solder on this other one as well. Almost burned myself then swapping hands with that too fast. Let's see if we can get this wire in place now. Oh, god damn it, luckily you won't see that. I totally didn't just stab the end of the soldering iron into the speaker's headphones and make a little burn mark on them. That was somebody else done that. Okay, that's on there. And I think I've moved off camera again. A little bit janky looking. It's not the prettiest looking thing. I think I squeezed this a bit tight. But yeah, they're covered. What? Yeah, it's a tiny, tiny little mark though. Right there, where I just poked it with the soldering iron on accident. But luckily that'll be covered by the Euro Cup. Thank God. So if anybody does do this, maybe don't solder right next to them, in case you're an idiot like I am and do that. That's clean enough, I think. Do I have a brush? I'm going to give him a little brush. Doesn't really need to be done, but the more flux residue you can leave on the board, the more OEM it looks. Because it seems like every time I open a goddamn board from factory, it's just like flux residue over. Not like flux all over the board, but just around. I'm guessing from the solder, from the rosin core. At least it was not your finger, yeah. So I think that's that done. So we've got our little USB thing here. I'm gonna have to butcher this battery now though, ain't I? To remove the connector from it. That's the only downside. Because I don't have a GST connector. I think it's a GST connector. Like component to mount onto this board or anything like that. Plus they're way too far apart for a GST connector. Cat worm, oh yeah, that's a good point. I did not even think of that. I swear I've cut these off before and I've just cut them both at a time. Yeah, that's a really, really good point there. I'm just going to separate these wires out and I'll cut one at a time. Because yeah, I probably would have just shorted that clean out there. This is why I don't work with batteries. Okay, let's cut this. If you hear me screaming and running, it's because I've short circuited the battery and I'm running outside, throw it outside. Okay, we've got the connector off. So we just need to strip off some copper off the end of these now. I'm working very carefully. I hate how sketchy lithium batteries are. Like, I like lithium batteries, yeah, they're great. But damn, do I feel sketched out and nervous doing sketchy ass projects with lithium batteries. Just trying to carefully strip these wires off camera, just the tips of them. Excuse me not trying to fully get that into frame. I was just more concerned about not killing myself. Well, no, not quite killing myself, but burning myself or setting myself on fire. Yeah, carefully, don't touch if you're stripping both. Yeah, I stripped them one at a time, but yeah, thank you for the reminder. I should be careful when I am, because I've got two exposed cables now. They're both tinned up there. You guys probably can only see some of that. So what I will do, just as a precaution, I will quickly find some Kapton tape. I like that little malt there, Squish. And I will quickly put some Kapton tape just over the end of one of these connectors. If it'll stick, who knows? Because I have bad luck with Kapton tape sticking to the ends of wires for this exact purpose. But this should mean that I have to worry less about this while I'm soldering the other cable and moving it all around. But no, my luck, that thing will just fall clean. Yeah, that is just trying to come off there. Okay, put a little bit of Kapton tape over there. Hopefully that keeps us safe. So we'll flip the battery around this way. And we want the positive into the B plus. This tin needs up first, quickly. Little bit of solder on you. Some on our iron. I should probably try using one of the different soldering irons. Do you reckon I try using a different tip for this? Just so I can practice. I probably could have got some good practice in with the other tips, rather than spending this entire time struggling with this giant tip. Because we've got, like, this tip would probably be a bit more suited for this job. Or, where's the other one? This one here. Like, rather than this big boy. I use conical tip. Yeah, conical tip. I don't like a normal conical tip, but this, what's this called? JS02, which I think is just like a bent conical. It's not too bad. I guess I'm in contact with it. Only like BC1 tips, and Andy switched to BC1 recently. Do I have a BC1? I don't think so. This one's a BC2. Is a BC1 smaller than a BC2? Royce had a little battery issue earlier on his stream. Oh damn, I didn't see that. I don't like knife tips. Yeah, I like knife tips. I think Zach uses knife tips a lot. I do need to get a much smaller. There's quite a small knife tip you can get to fit the T12. I thought I ordered one, but then when I opened the packet, it wasn't the size as expected. It's exactly the same as the one I've got here, which is this one here. Which I think, if anything, that looks a little bit. No, there you go. I'm pretty sure they're the same. But yeah, this thing's looking a bit sorry for itself with the oxidizing and stuff. I miss all the clips. No, I'm not in many Discords. Oh damn, I clipped a lot, of course, and probably on Andy's Discord. Sweet. I will be checking that out later. Yeah, it is a shame, Squish. You should be in more Discords. We were tinning these up, weren't we? Tell you what, we will switch over the tip. This thing's probably going to be scorching hot. It's been on for hours. So we'll do this very carefully. If you hear me screaming, and it's because I've burnt myself. We'll try this BC2, see how this works out. Do you have a brush? Pigeon milk? No, I do not, sadly. Not like the soldering type anyway for cleaning. I'm using a sponge, which I know is completely savage and can cause microfracturing and stuff like that from the extreme temperature difference. Yeah, I'm grateful for Andy recommending the bush, or the brush. Is it the brush? Yeah. Okay, this one seems to be smoking at the moment, but I think that's just because it's the first time, or the second time using it. So we've cleaned that off now. Put it down here where it's actually in focus. used to use those sponge. It is not bad if you don't use really cold water. Yeah, this is like room temperature water and stuff anyway. This it's still not good. But the brushes, to get like the proper brushes, not just like some kind of like iron or steel that's just been like coloured or coated. Like they're fairly expensive. I think it's like £30 or something, maybe, or 15 for a 3-pack, if I remember correctly. Soldering with this is definitely different. It's quite difficult to figure out if I like it more or not, because the board's just moving around everywhere at the moment. Okay, these are sinking a bit, that's the only problem, they're just taking a bit too much solder. Okay, I think that's okay now. £5 that was not just the brush, the brush. Like the brush, yeah, you sure that's actually, you should test it with a magnet just to make sure, because if it's magnetic then it's not copper. But it could, £5 might be okay, just for one. You got like the holder already. I'll have a look now. Let's have a look at this one you've sent. Is it a proper Heiko one? If it is, then you shouldn't have any issues. Yeah, Heiko, brass bronze. Yeah, that's probably roughly about right then, I guess. Maybe it was £15 for a 3-pack. I don't have a holder that could hold one of them though, because the base I've got has like a little square for the sponge built in. So I'd have to get a holder separately as well. It's from the Heiko store. That's good. Yeah, you're always best getting stuff when it comes to certain stuff, making sure you're getting it from a reputable brand, unlike the seller. So let's quickly power together these wires. Power together? Solder together these wires. Late night brain does not work very well for me. This simple DIY task has taken way too long, but it has been a fun learning process. So I'm looking forward to what I want to do for like the next project, to be honest. Okay, so we've got a positive soldered up, so we can now remove that capped on tape we put here, our safety tape, to not set ourselves on fire. Okay, now it just doesn't, there you go. Oh, come off, I was going to say. I'm still using my original, although I don't do much soldering compared to others. Yeah, I can imagine some of the content creators or people running repair shops, etc., probably going through quite a bit. And like, it's surprising how much like thermal paste and stuff some of them go through as well. Okay, well that's our battery connected. So we've got our battery soldered in, and we've got our USB port connected. So now we just need our output, which is going to be this little board here. So I just need to flip this over and figure out where we're soldering to on this again now. And I keep forgetting I need to put on the wash, so I will put on the washing machine. Like, stupid time to do it. I'm going to be up like super late waiting for it to finish. But I'll just quickly solder these two wires first. Okay, so towards the empty side, the VCC, we're looking, so we'll do that first. So towards the empty side, so this is going to be this one here. But we have no like isolation between this and the battery, so I hope this is going to be safe now, because there's no way for me to physically connect the battery when I am working on this and soldering, because I do not have the inline switch yet. You need to short that diode first. Oh, good point. I completely forgot to. Now it will charge your battery. I got so many projects I would like to do. I just need to save up to buy the bits. Yeah, definitely. You'd probably better off going on like AliExpress and buying like a couple of each. Do the probably over £8 for free shipping. Maybe set up like a new account so you can get like a new account discount thing. And just buy like a couple of stuff that you can probably use for a couple of different projects. That's why I bought, like when I was buying ESPs, I'd buy like 3 of them or 5 of them. Same with like these little boards, and obviously like with the amps and the little USB-C things, like got 2, 4, 6, 8, I think 10 I think we had in total. And I think they're around £6 or something like that, or maybe less, from Amazon. But you could get them, I reckon, maybe not quite half the price, but significantly cheaper. Remove the save it for a future project, and then blob the pads. I want to make a little remote camera with a Pico so we can take pictures of birds while they're eating. That's pretty cool, man. Definitely do that. You can get some good modules and stuff for this type of thing. I don't know now if I'm going to need. I'm going to switch back to the knife tip now, because the knife tip is better for removing components. A little bit more sketchy than on a JBC. To hot swap these tips. Hot to be in the keyword. Oh, burning the sheeting on my cable would be another word. I don't know if I burnt it or if I just accidentally got a bit of solder on there. I cannot tell, but I seem to still have a signal. But yeah, I guess that's still really hot. Let's try and find the knife tip. Even though they're labelled, I can never find them. There you go, I've got it. Just quickly checking the knife tip back on here. Just because I find that easier to remove SMD components. With a remote as well, yeah, they're pretty cool, especially with like ESPs and stuff. You can just wire up. That's what I done. I don't know what I took the IR sensor off, to be honest, but I desoldered an IR sensor off something. When I mentioned about like the LED project I'd done like a bunch which was combining electronics and carpentry, so I made some floating shelves to fit in an alcove, used like a router to route out the wood in the shelves, fitted LED channels, like the aluminium channels with the diffusers in there, put the LEDs in there. I had like a separate controller box then with an ESP32 etc. to handle it, daisy chains all the shelves together. Got one, oh yeah, but it was smart controls, you could use like Alexa to do it, but I also wanted a remote option as well, so I soldered in just a random IR receiver. I did read it wasn't like the best for it, the best interference and distance, but for this purpose that type of one was good enough, because I googled different types of ones and buying them, and I seen that there was like one that was a bit better, and like just bog standard ones. I think I took it as an old remote or something along them lines. Okay, wish me luck trying to remove this diode. Let's not use big tweezers, let's try and use some small tweezers. And can we grip this on the side? Maybe. Come on. Yeah, I don't think I've got enough solder on my iron there to remove this. Let's just check a bunch of solder on it, and we'll try again. Trying to get a little bit of grip on the component if I can. Come on. I would like to save this component if possible. There you go, it's off. How I'm going to save that is another thing. I'm going to lose that thing. Rather than pics, stream the biz. Yeah, that'd be cool. You could just do video and stuff. I've seen like some cool things you do, like depends if you're going to be close enough to use Wi-Fi and like maybe boost the signal, or you could look at doing like 3G, like cellular data or something like that. Where on earth can I store this? I guess we put it in a random drawer, and somebody's going to have to remind me in the future that I've put it in one of the many drawers in front of me, little plastic drawers. Oh, I think I've just lost that. No. Okay, apparently when you put it on your gloves it just vanishes. Who knows? Okay, I'm going to put this in the top right drawer. No, sorry, top left drawer in my orange parts organizer. I might be speaking so it's too soon. I still got to get it over to the drawer and into it without yeeting off into another universe. And successful. We will probably forget about that and never see that thing again. Now it's gone into that drawer. I'm going to be fully honest. Now we need to bridge this pad here. The end of that is looking awfully messy. Okay, so let's get a bit of solder on the end there. Can we feed some solder into it and bridge this? Come on. It's determined not to bridge. Come on. You know you want to. Yeah, I cannot get that to bridge at all. I'm gonna need more solder. Yeah, I've just put loads of solder in there. It's not having any of it. Yeah, these do not want to bridge. Yeah, I've had like a massive blob now on the end of this eye, and it just still doesn't want to. Bridge. We're gonna add a little jumper or something, I think. Let's just find a pin that we can use. A wire time. Oh, I've just completely cut off. I guess it's better than cutting off my finger. My glove. Okay, where am I bridging? There. Okay, so that needs to be very short. So that should be adequate enough. Can we do that without yeeting a wire? Okay. Fingers crossed our little thing is the right size. Let's do this. Let's try and get some smaller tweezers to handle this. It's very tiny. Where have I put it? There it is. Just stay on there, please. Come on. Oh my days. Okay, so that's where we want it to go. Will it stay there? It's another thing. See if we can get in here now and try to handle this with the tweezers. Doesn't have one got a board holder, so we haven't got any way of actually holding anything. I'd assume that's on there and on their way. So that should be okay. We should probably clean this board up. And I keep forgetting I still need to put on the washing, laundry, whatever you call it. I'm not sure what other words there are for it. Let's give this a big clean, a quick clean. That seems to be okay. Still looks dirty though to me. Go put the machine on. I know, I will know. 1 minute. I just like punishing myself and staying up ridiculously late for no reason. Waiting for the bloody washing machine to finish. Okay, that's still looking a little bit. I think I'm just being too fussy. I'm sure there's like some flux and stuff still on there though. See, on the side. Okay, I think I'm going to take your advice. Bear with me maybe 5 minutes, probably not going to take me 5 minutes to put on the washing. Like 3 or 4. And I can maybe put a new glove on as well. So my bloody thumbs are not poking out. Heat just got to the solder mask a bit prob. Maybe, I'm not too sure. It does look a little bit funny though, doesn't it? It doesn't really like matter in any way, shape or form, but I'm just really OCD about these things sometimes. Thinking like if you're going to do a job, do it well, have things look good and nice. Okay, bear with me 2 seconds. I will quickly remove the mic and go mute it. Okay, we are back. Let me just double check that this is definitely on. I press the start button now. It's hard to tell what the door was. Yeah, I can hear the machine going. Sweet. Okay. So where were we? Welcome back. Thank you, Squish. Where are we? That's the problem. Okay, so we've shorted this. So now we just need to connect the VCC from this to that. So we're going to need some more of these black and red wires. Do we have any more black and red wires around here? Oh wait, we've already got... Let me think what order these wires need to be connected in now. So we need to power this. This can come out to you. But we also need to charge this board too. Just shorted out diode. Let me zoom out a bit more for you guys. I don't have much room to work with right now. It's a bit cluttered and messy here. So I need... So this is all our battery system set up now. We have the battery management and charging board, and then just like a USB extension for that. The USB extension is not necessarily needed if MD did want to do this, so you can try a different angle that's somewhere near where you can plug into with a USB micro or whatever it's called. I forget the name of that specific one because so used to USB-C, which is just a nice easy name. So we need to provide both the amp now and the Bluetooth module. I think it's a Bluetooth module and DAC with power, and this with power. So I think we do need a additional set of cables. So let's find some more cable, I guess. Cable. Cannot see any on my desk because I'm gonna have to quickly see if I can find some cable a second. I've got one here I can salvage. Probably should buy a reel of cables rather than cutting all of these down, because there'll come a time where I will probably need them. But we don't have cable right now, so we'll use this, even though I swear there should be more cable around here. Unless I've already used it all, who knows. I could use the other colours, but let's not make things more confusing for myself than they need to be. Let's figure out roughly how long we need the cables. I will just do them roughly the same length as the other cables I've done, I guess. And we'll figure out, I probably should figure out where they go probably first for layout. I don't know. I'm to the point where I'm just like, YOLO, we're just going to cut these wires at any length and just suffer the consequences later. Let's just cut both of these. Let's cut this one just a slightly bit longer. And we will strip both of these off. I'll switch to the overhead camera as well, because that might give you a better view. Just everything that's going on. You just see the chaos that is the desk right now. Might just be a bit more interesting. Plus, I seem to get a lower frame rate coming out of the microscope. Hopefully, this should be a nice, better, higher quality view. I think it's streaming at 1080p now and stuff as well. So with the additional light, and I think the 1080p. It's a shame about the drop frame rates and stuff I'm getting to do with my internet connection. But hopefully, the stream is becoming better quality over time. So I just need to tin these wires up. So we'll pull out the old helping hands again. We'll just quickly tin these up. If we can finagle the solder out of there. Yep, 1080p. Okay, sweet. Thank you for letting me know, Squish. Okay, our iron's cold a minute. 280, 300, 330, 340, 360. Beep. Okay, it's the temperature. Just feel a little bit of solder in there. And we'll do the other one here. And we will heat the bottom side. And just feel a little bit of solder in from the top. And that's done. And it's actually still flexible. I'm kind of getting better at tinning wires, but better equipment helps. Trying to do that with a conical tip is quite difficult. Same iron as Andy. Yeah, it is the same one. T12952. Quicko. I think Andy might have a slightly different handle. It does say, I don't know, it's a bit bright on there, but you can see the make on there. This is the handle make, I think, though, T12907. And the station is a 952. It's pretty decent, but like a very budget one, but it uses the new technology, the cartridge style tips, which have the heating element in the tip, which is so much better than the old style, which we do have an old style one, which the price difference between these two is not massive, to be honest. Ow! Just leaned off my chain, digged my ribs into the arm of the chain. This one I think is like maybe 12 to 15 pounds. This one here, an old style one, this is a Duratool station, but it uses the old style where the heating element is in the shaft, and obviously then you've got to make, you know, contact from the shaft to the tip. So depending on how good the physical contact is, plus A is a really good insulator, they're not very good at maintaining the temperature or heating up. That, and I was using a conical tip, but I struggled with that for years, but never done any like a massive amount of soldering. It would just be some wires here and there, some LEDs maybe, some ESP boards, just basic stuff. So it depends what level of work you do, how much, how often, what kind of iron and equipment you need. I think hot air station would be handy. So I'm thinking of investing just in like a cheap hot air station. At least that will open the door for more potential projects we can do, and one or two fixes for a controller that I might need some hot air for some port replacements. We have the ports right here. These are for Xbox controller, Xbox Series controllers. Right, let's figure out what we're doing with all our wires then, because we have a fadangle of wires. I guess we attach it to this board first. So we'll grab our red wire first, and we'll find out where the VCC is again on here. So it's going to be on my right side, and it's going to be the third one in. So that's the one that's looking a little bit sorry for itself right now. Needs a little bit more solder. It's looking a bit lonely. The problem is the solder keeps sinking into the hole. That should hopefully be in maybe a little bit more. Okay, that's a bit better. I might as well tin the other one up while I'm doing these. So that should hopefully be okay now. So now we can grab our wires, try to carefully solder this on here, if we can. I completely forgot I just cleaned off the tip of my iron, and wondering why I'm not getting any thermal transfer. Okay, I might have taken that a bit too far up the board, about there. Yeah, that should be okay. That's one wire. I still need to learn. You should always solder furthest away wire from you first, and then the ones closest to you, because otherwise if you do the one closest to you first, or closest to your iron, you've just got to like try not to burn it then. Want a cup of tea but too lazy to get off backside. Yeah, don't blame you, I'm like that sometimes. Just sit there and you're just like, I want this, but I really don't want to get up. Okay, so that's on there. I think that's secure. Give him a good old tug. How do you like a good old tug done it? There you go. They're on there well. So what do we need now? So all these wires now need to go to this other board. Okay. So we'll start off with the black wires, I guess. Can we put these side by side? Like this. So we've got that like that. Some blue tack or something I think would be really good if you're doing this kind of project, because I think you could just stick, I don't know how well it'd stick to the silicone though, to be honest, but just stick these in place, or maybe some tape or something. It would make your life a million times easier and probably allow you to do a neater job at doing the wires, or some better thinner wires, to be honest, or both. Okay, so we'll start off with this one, I guess, and then we'll put that one across there. Is that going to be the most ideal way to route these? I do not know. Maybe we just solder them on and then just figure that out later. These are moving way too much. I've got a little bit of foam tape here. I might just quickly tape this thing down to the bench. Not foam tape. Foam tape is what I was thinking I would like, but I don't think I have any around here. Actually I do, but like, actually I might be in the box behind me. It's too late though. I'm cutting some acrylic tape right now. Just some blue tack rocks. I use it a lot. Yeah, it does rock. It's good stuff. I'm just wondering how well this is going to stick to a silicone workbench. But we will see. That's the only problem with the silicone being like non-stick. It doesn't want to stick very well. But I can't even peel up the film on this. Let's see if we can get this film off here. Like the top layer, which apparently I'm not. I'm just sticking my tweezers in between a gap there. This is more difficult than the rest of the project's been. Jeez. Let's try it with a knife, I think. Time I do this, there would be no stickiness left on this thing. I'm handling it way too much. Okay, so we've got it to lift up slightly there on the edge. But I want to play games. Okay. See if we can just like stick this down here. And hopefully I can tack the board on there now and have it stop moving around so much. There's way too much stuff everywhere. So, okay, that's stuck there now. So hopefully now I can just pull in these wires and solder them up as I need to. Damn it. Yeah, I'm moving these wires too much. Too fast. They do take a minute to cool down on these small boats. This red wire is determined to try to get in the way. Can you just like not maybe and just like keep out of the way for a second, red wire? It'd be much appreciated. It is just determined to be in the way. Okay, I'm gonna try holding this down with my hands and see if we can get this soldered on here. It's not gonna be ideal. I think both of them are on. Plastic got a little bit hot. That should be okay. Now we need to try to figure out the other two wires. Take iron away and wait. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I have to wait. I'm too impatient. I'm just used to like other boards cooling off a lot faster. So it's not as much of an issue then. You can just remove or move the cable or your tweezers much sooner. Whereas on this, you've kind of got like a small board to hold them for a little minute. Can we get that down there? Let's have a look. Okay, so we've got that soldered on there, and this thing has just come on because we've soldered the power. Maybe we should have soldered the battery on last. Hopefully that doesn't give us any problems or issues, because this thing is all now powered on and everything. Let's try and get that's on there. I was just getting a little bit of crackling and popping coming from the speakers, but everything seems to be on. It's connected. It's got a solid blue light showing there. We should have the ability to charge from where we want to using USB-C. Seem to have a bit of flux, I think, on top of there. But yeah, all of this combined, I think, is still smaller than this. Should we give it a little test to see if this works now? I think it's automatically connected, to be honest. Headphones, does it come up as headphones there? Headphones, Bluetooth. Yeah, it's just a shame that we can't customize the name on this like we could using the ESP. Let's find some audio to test with and check what the volume's on. Let's knock this volume right down and find some audio. I think we might have to put it all into the case and stuff. Maybe I might be able to finagle in. I will have a look, but I don't think I'm going to be wiring one earpiece to the other side and all of that today. We'll see if we can do a dry fit now or something maybe though. I think it's going to work. Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to work. It should hopefully, because it was working before, I think. I don't think we were powering it from the battery then though. So let's try playing some audio. Let's see if we can get this to come out to the speakers. Yeah, I can hear audio coming to speakers. This is from an advert I was playing beforehand. Yeah, we seem to have. Seem to hear a really high pitched like frequency ringing. I don't know if it's coming from these. Yeah. Again, a bunch of like interference. This seems to be picking up. Like a kind of coil hum. We seem to pick that from somewhere. So we might need a resistor and a capacitor or something. Not too sure if you guys can hear it if I put the microphone next to it. Yeah, it wasn't earlier. Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. The only thing we've put into it is this board here and stuff. It shouldn't really be making a difference. It sounds like my computer with the coil hum from the power supply. But this is coming from a battery. So let's try another song. Let's just take a minute. Taking a minute, taking forever to load. Decipher and stop hacking. See, can you hear that high-pitched whine that we get in there? So that's what I don't understand. We weren't getting that earlier. We seem to be getting that. It's loud. Yeah, they do get quite loud. But I don't sound with that like high pitched like whine. That's only since we introduced this charging port. So only things we added with the battery and the charger. Yeah, I'm confused about. So like surely this battery charger shouldn't be making a difference, especially because I guess the battery is going through a circuit. I'm not too sure. Is there a way we need to like isolate this with some additional components like some diodes or something? Could that be like feedback voltage or something? Guess add cap and a resistor. Touch areas, finger, does the hum go? I will find out, because I get ground. Like to ground it to yourself. Let's have a look. Okay, there's some crackling now, but that's the audio track there. Let's just come on. Or hopefully. Don't seem to be having anything happening when I'm touching anyway. I'm not too sure why we're getting I would try adding some filtering. Yeah, I might need to. So I'm guessing for that, when I looked online, I think some people are recommending a capacitor and a diode. Can't ground anything with gloves on. Oh, let's knock it back up then and have a listen. Yeah, I can't seem to be making any difference there on anything that I can see. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Yeah, it works mostly apart from that really annoying high-pitched frequency that would probably drive me insane if I had them on. I'm buffering bad here. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I seem to be getting a lot of drop frames. I'm going to try and get a cable to see if we can improve the stream, like the quality and the bit rate and stuff. I will have to do some more research, I think, just because it's got quite late. I want to see how all this is going to fit inside quickly though of the housing we have here. So maybe I should disconnect one of the speakers. We were going to put this in the left, weren't we? So let's figure out which one of these is the left speaker. This one's the right one, so we'll remove this one quickly.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking.
Me too now, yeah, sorry about the buffering. Hopefully it stops soon. I think also because I'm playing music or whatever in the background, if I turn that YouTube off and stuff for the sound, that should hopefully help. I just hope that like my computer that's on in the other room isn't downloading some kind of like game update, because it wouldn't surprise me. Publishers like releasing updates for games like way too often sometimes. Okay, so for now we've removed that, so we just need to remember we need to keep that one accessible. It's weird as it not actually charging. Oh, you mean like the buzzing? It shouldn't be doing the buzzing. Maybe if it was charging it'd make sense. Yeah, I haven't tested any of the charging or plugging this for anything in yet either. But I assume it's worked. I think I've used one of these BMSs before. So this should, maybe if I put it down, it might be a little bit easier. Fit into here. Which way do we want to put it around? This way maybe? Now we just need to finagle a whole bunch of cables. Do we twist all the boards around this way maybe. Push some wires down here a bit. Maybe now use a metal tool to poke and prod wires. Maybe we use this one. Okay, so we can kind of get that down there. This one needs to stay up top somewhere. So we need to get to the speakers. So we can go down here somewhere. Like that. Maybe we put like a bit of plastic or something in between the battery and the thing. What games do you play? I don't really play any anymore. I used to play a lot of Ark Survival, a lot of Evolve back in the day. I played a little bit of Fortnite because I was like developing maps for that. But the games I enjoy playing, probably Borderlands. The new Borderlands I played for a bit. That was quite good. Left 4 Dead 2. Serious Sam games are really good, but like nobody ever plays them anymore because they're quite old. But they're like ridiculously fun, just stupidly funny. So yeah, some of these cables we might potentially look at making a little bit shorter, and maybe cutting a notch down here to get this USB-C charging cable. Because I'm thinking we'll put that like somewhere down the bottom, like here. I was thinking somewhere, but I'm gonna need to notch out in the case. But I think this would be enough room to close all of this up. But I think this wire would get in the way. I'm pretty sure that there's something, yeah, this plastic bit completely touches against this, so it wouldn't shut with this wire here, so we'd have to notch out to fit that wire down there, unless we put the USB-C port somewhere up the, oh shit, I just seen smoke. Oops, I think we just broke something. That was not good. I just seen the magic smoke and a loud buzzing noise came from this. Just accidentally rubbed the outside of this port. I think I must have taken some of the coating off that live wire going to the speaker. Yeah, it's got the magic smoke smell as well. If you move the boards away from the audio wires as not shielded, yeah, it could be that. I'm not too sure how I'd solve that issue though, to be honest. But I think we might have just damaged something there. But the USB port could technically be put up here somewhere. It could be from an angle like up the top somewhere, and then I wouldn't need to cut out. Let me just check this battery, make sure it's not warm. Okay, no, we didn't do anything. If you ever want to carry on Fortnite, let me know, I will add you. Yeah, sweet, I will play at some point. I've got like a bunch of maps I need to like try and finish. One I spent like months and months. I modeled like everything from scratch more or less for like a lot of the stuff, the entire environment and everything. Right, for a moment I don't have anything ideal to stop things shorting out here. So I am going to get an ESD bag and I am going to cut a strip of this and put this in here to just try and protect. Shorted something, yeah, I think I shorted something out. I'm not too sure if it was, no, it's just plastic something. It's totally not junky. Need to wrap this in tape, yeah. I do realistically need to wrap them in Kapton tape. But like, I'm super tired right now. So I just want to see if I can get the speaker on. So I can get that down there. Should be okay. Can we get this folded anyway? Can we get this a bit closer? Because we need to somehow get this folded up on top somehow. Yeah, this is janky. Yeah, that seems sound. No way anything could go wrong. It seems. Oh my days. There's a million screws on the back of this. Let's take them off before we put that in there. I need to tweeze this now. Okay, yeah, that seems perfectly fine. Voila, we have working Bluetooth headphones for people with one ear, because we're all about equality here and supporting people with disabilities. Okay. So people have 1 year, we have you covered. I like the smell of magic smoke, to be honest. Yeah, it is a little bit of an interesting smell. That's why I went down and a little bit of a whiff. Even paper would do it, has to be protected. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap them like in tape and do a bit of a better job. But it's all in there. Let's try actually see if it works or if I actually fried something when I had that smoke. Let's skip this advert. I can hear the humming still. Oh no, we're getting some audio coming in. We're still getting that humming, which we need to figure out. Like that high pitch humming is really annoying. But that works. Let's try it on my head. Okay, yeah, that's really loud when it's against your ear. Let's put it down to about 50 is still a bit loud. I'm going to be on a 30 with the bass and the beat kicks in. 30 would be more than adequate enough, to be honest, 30%. So we need to figure out how we can eliminate that annoying hum and stuff now. And we'll try to fix the USB port. I don't know whether to fix it up here or whether I want to fix it down here somewhere. It's on fire. Don't say it's on fire. Doesn't smell like it's on fire. But you are sketching me out now. I can't see any smoke coming out of it, so we should be good. The last thing I want is a catch of fire that's on my head. I haven't put like the cushions or padding on yet, but I'm gonna quickly just dry test one against here. and try it against my head. Don't worry, I clipped it. You clipped what way I made the magic smoke. Did it show up on camera? Okay, like the humming is still there, but that feels relatively comfy on my head, even without the top padding, but I've got a hat on right now. The humming is really annoying. So that's pretty good. Apart from that humming, we'll figure that out. But I'm really gutted we couldn't get this particular iteration working without the crackle. I will try to figure that out. Maybe I just need some components. Or it could have been a wiring issue, because at one point we did have it running nice and it sounded clean, just a very slight background hiss. But to me, that's still pretty cool. I know we could have done it all in one module with one of them red ones with the capacitors on, and that probably would have been a bit easier. So I would like to try to figure this out. So I don't know, it just feels like a bit more accomplished being able to do it with ESP, and obviously all the customization and stuff we can do. Feels a bit more cheaty this way. Still quite an experiment, we still need to figure out that humming. But that's not bad considering we've gone from old wired headset that was really ratty and falling apart to, apart from the little bit of dirt I think on top, or was it on the bottom, on the tops to some of these. So I need to give that another quick clean. Like, they're not looking too bad. Obviously you can see some micro scratches and waves in the plastic. So they're now a nice usable set of headphones. Obviously once we do the other modification, which is going to be fun, trying to drill a hole in the top of here and then pass a cable. I guess we got to go through both, through this and through this one maybe. Have a little bit of spare cable between here and here, and then up to the I don't know if we're going to need grommets. If we do need grommets, lucky I might have one or two. Battery will last for ages. Yeah, that's kind of the main reason as well. I went for this one over that, just because this was drawing 175 milliamps. This one was drawing like 20 something. So I just couldn't really compete with that. But this is probably the smallest I've got. If I did, that's probably still a bit too big. If I wanted to keep a nice, if I wanted to make the hole look a little bit neater, maybe use the other one with some bigger speakers, like a little portable speaker. Maybe I could look at trying to get my hands on like some kind of speaker. Apparently the best for this is a 3-watt speaker, 4 ohms apparently. That's what this is like designed or recommended. You can do up to 8 I think. So maybe I'll have a look for one of them in like some kind of hobby kit or something, or just online. And we could look at, it's a shame I don't have a 3D printer, because it would be nice to turn into like a little Bluetooth radio or something like that maybe. I guess in that instance we could use the larger battery we have, because obviously we have this big boy battery here, which is 3700. That would drive that for longer. Still not as long as imagine it could drive this one for. So I think next time we stream, I've got to obviously address the jankiness of the inside of there with even more jankiness, aka hot glue. Because I don't think I could like put some risers or insets or something And if I can maybe fit some additional foam padding, maybe some cotton wool in here, that should help make the sound quality a little bit better as well, apparently. Not 100% on that, but I've seen it done with like speakers and stuff. So I think adding some extra padding and stuff can improve the quality of the sound. If I happen to maybe be able to get my hands on a flat cable, it would be nice, but I'd like a round cable up to a certain point and then a flat cable across, but because I'd like a round cable coming from here up to here to be able to feed it through here, just because we've got to drill through here and drill through the plastic part on this. Like with this solid in there, you can't really see it, but it's like a bar going across. So we've got to drill through that and through here somehow, without going too deep and going into there. Yeah, it's not going to be ideal. Maybe we cut a little notch because we might want to set the cable. It depends. If we can get a flat cable, but I don't know if I get a flat cable here, that would be better and comfier. You can hide it under here and put some more padding or something on top. But it's just a shame that this particular headset doesn't have that wiring already, because a lot of headsets do. So if somebody who does do this project has a headset with both speakers already wired together, life would be much easier for you. For the time being, like not right now, I would probably just use, you know, some kind of cable, any cable, maybe like this. I don't know if I want to be going and spending, unless somebody can find a really cheap flat cable. The ones I was looking at, I would mean spending about £6 or £7 on like a pair of headphones or you know, 3.5 to 3.5 cable, and then salvaging that just to have a nice flatter cable to run under this headband. By the way, I remember I had a Turtle Beach sound card like long ago. ISA boards some 25 years ago. It was just good. It's a good sound card. Okay, that's good to know. Didn't know Turtle Beach done like sound cards or anything like that. I always used to just get them for like the headsets because they were like quite cheap. I could go to like, if they ever broke, I'd just run into Tesco's and grab another one. Because when you game a lot, which I don't now, but when I used to game a lot, you know, trying to game without a headset and be able to communicate with people is an absolute nightmare. But this is pretty cool. I have two others exactly like this, and I think I've got one, there might be one modeler from this and a Razer one, because I am using, I think, a Turtle Beach one at the moment, to be honest. And another reason which prompted me to want to do this is I am constantly tied in with the cable when I'm on my other computer, because I prefer to consume content with headphones. And I'm fed up constantly like just being like, just the cable just pulling at me every time I lean too far. So this will solve that issue if we can get rid of that. That annoying humming, which I don't understand why we're getting that humming. Normally a hum like that is a grounding issue of some kind. Like, they're okay. At least we have a baseline for comparison. We'll sort this hum out. We'll fix these up. And obviously we've got the other two headsets that we could potentially look at doing future projects with. I'm trying to, you know, at least we've got a baseline there we can compare against headset number one. And I think we should get a good amount of battery usage out of this. I'm going to quickly just do a calculation to work out, because the other one was working out. It was only last about 2.5 hours, I think, once we had everything plugged in and the dark and everything running. Let's see, so I think it was about, was it like 20? We'll round it up and we'll call it 25 milliamp. see if we can work this out. Okay, so a 500 milliamp capacity and a 25 milliamp draw. Apparently the battery will last for 20 hours. So this at a full charge should last at least 20 hours, I think. So that's pretty good to know. Still need to give it a one more bit of a clean. There's still some remainders of the residue. Trying to get this thing off. There was obviously this like material and the pleather. The pleather just washed off, and then there's like a plastic membrane, and the glue on the plastic membrane, like this came off the plastic membrane quite easy, but the plastic membrane was then glued down to this, and that was really difficult to get off. It's some isopropyl alcohol, and like I use like the carbon pry tool I've got. That's why there's some scratches on there. Yeah, my headset does, but I think I have less space in the actual speaker compartment. So okay, if you do want to do this, you should check it out and give it a go. Only one way to find out is to open it up and have a little nose. I don't know if yours will open up the same as this one. Some might have screws. This one I just put the pry tool in, just like there, until it wants to open, and just work it away around to each one of the clips. If that helps you. But yeah, I'm quite happy with this. There's still room for improvement. We've still got to finish this and actually make it into headphones and not just headphone. And add the ability to charge. I don't know if we could obviously just go down the deep sleep route, where when it's not playing audio it goes into deep sleep mode, but I'd rather add a tactile, I think a latch-in switch in here between the battery. Maybe look against some thinner cables would make this running all this a little bit easier as well, to be honest. I don't know whether we'd put like a charging LED or something on there, or maybe like a sync button. I'm not too sure if there is on that board. I can't quite remember if we've got the addition to add a sync button, because I can't remember that, to be honest. But definitely would like to add a on-off button to physically isolate the battery. Getting the other earpiece on. So I have to look at ordering like a little tactile switch and a little extender. I don't know how perfectly I can get one. That seems like a bit of a large haul for one of the little, like, I don't know, caps I think they're called, you can get for the switches. But I'm still finding that crazy that we get in magic wireless sound from something that was once a wired headset. The magic of repurposing things, and like the magic of the internet basically, and you guys helping. Because I think without you guys helping, I don't think we would have got through this. Even though we're using this different model and not this one, we still did manage at one point. So I'm thinking it might be a wiring issue or interference with this one. Because at one point we did get nice, really high fidelity audio playing out of these. And these are not the best of speakers, I only think. So it's quite surprising. That's pretty cool. Yeah, maybe a day or so. I'm not too sure where I'm going to order them from though. Probably Amazon, but trying to find some parts on Amazon. You can't always find. I think I did find actually a multi-pack of them particular switches on Amazon, but I think they're around £12 or maybe more. Let's have a quick look. And then I will have to wrap up the stream in a couple of minutes, I think, because we've got the closest we've got now. I didn't think it was going to take this long, but it's been fun, so I don't mind it taking longer. Latch, I think they got latching switches next. Amazon. I think these might be the ones I was looking at. £13, I think. Okay, so I need to share this window with you guys. Yeah, these are the ones I was looking at. These are like latch-in switches rather than mechanical switches, so they stay in a on or off position, so they will be able to physically isolate the battery rather than like a momentary switch would only be able to send a signal to one of the GPIO pins to, you know, put it into deep sleep mode, which would be okay. I think it only draws like a very small amount, like 0.2 milliamp or something. But I don't know, I just feel like maybe this would be better, plus there's no coding needed with a physical switch, and they come with little caps. Yeah, I have seen the tilt switches, but I just think something like this might fit better, and it might fit in that hole that we've already got. I don't know what the diameter of the caps are though, it doesn't say. So we might just have to buy these and just see. I guess there's only one way to find out, isn't there? Seem to have like a little video here of it. I swear I just said momentary though. I hope they're not momentary ones. They shouldn't be, because they're but they are saying push button switch momentary tactile kit. Man, this video is just buffering, just shows how trash my internet is right now. Could use capacitance. Yeah, but I think stuff like that is gonna only work for self-lock-in and lock-free switches. So I'm pretty sure these are the types of switches I need. Pretty sure these are the ones which could just be done like on or off, rather than momentary, so should make a physical connection. Now you can listen to stuff on the loo. Sure you would. Yeah, normally I use, let me switch back to the overhead camera, my AirPods, which they're a little bit discoloured. It might not be showing up too well on here. The batteries are still okay on them. I have looked at how you actually replace the batteries on there. Very delicate it seems. Just like heat this with about 100 degrees and then pull this bottom bit out with the tweezers and pull the entire assembly with the battery out and stuff. But yeah, these are AirPods. These are not the newest ones, so these are like AirPods 2, I think. But obviously these don't have noise cancellation. That's the only downside. We could potentially look at, but I guess you'd only be able to do that on this ESP32, because we could attach, you need a microphone, potentially more than one microphone helps for good noise cancellation. I think these might have more than one microphone. For that I'm not too sure, but obviously you need a microphone, and because I think the way noise cancellation works is you have a known audio source, you know what to expect, and then you have a microphone that detects both. I think, well, the incoming noise as well, it can hear that and it can just know what shouldn't be there because it differs, and then I think you just play back the reverse frequency of that, and that cancels that noise out. But I am not 100%. I remember seeing a video on it in like the late 90s or 2000s on like some TV program where they were like demonstrating like roadworks and using speakers and playing the noises back to cancel out the sound of roadworks and stuff, like long before noise cancelling headphones and stuff. It's just quite old technology. I ordered 5 tilt switches. I can send you a couple if you want. No, it's all good, man. I appreciate you offering, but I will order stuff just because I don't like spending the money, but it is nice to just have a bunch of these spare things for when we need them. like if I didn't do that, then we wouldn't have had this here to be able to, you know, the battery module, the BMS, the battery management system chip and stuff. I have a round latch and switch if you want a couple. I should be good. I'll like slowly accumulate because I don't really have much like components and parts and stuff like that, and I'm always wanting to like tinker or just modify stuff. That's why I'd like to get better with the ESPs, because the amount of stuff you can modify with an ESP is ridiculous. I've got a washing machine, like, and I'd like to modify that. It's got like a dial though, rather than like a switch selector. But in my head, I'm thinking, like when I've seen people doing modifications, they normally have like, oh, I've just got like, they connect an ESP to like a mechanical push switch on a motor or something. But I'm thinking like, even a turn switch on any like push button switches on a washing machine is still going to PCB, is still sending electrical signals. So you could, you know, technically still be pulling pins high and low to change and select different modes. And there's still got to be some kind of feedback. You just got to know what voltage to detect and where on the board at the same, and just program all of that. Quite a complicated, you know, project it'd be, but theoretically I think you could probably turn almost any device smart using an ESP. You just need to understand, you know, where things are happening on the circuit board and just, you know, intersect them connections. You checked on for eBay. No, I have not checked on eBay, to be honest. You can always sand down the cap a bit if needed, yeah, if it doesn't fit. Yeah, I probably will check on eBay, to be honest. I've only mainly been looking on Amazon because I've been really impatient and wanted to get a lot of these stuff, mainly because I have a lot of time on the weekend compared to any other day to be able to actually stream and delve deep and get into this kind of thing. But I'll probably be quite tired in the week, so who knows how much streaming I'll do. So maybe I could look at doing eBay Royal Mail delivery, you know, 2 to 3 days or something. Or I could at least accumulate some stuff ready for next weekend and look at doing another long stream, or maybe another 2 long streams. We will have to see. I still have a handful of videos to edit and stuff as well. These were before I got the DJI mic, so I'm just using the built-in mic on the camera, so they will probably sound like complete ass. But we'll have a look. We'll see. I have to find some time to sit down and edit those, so at least I'll have some actual edits, some actual videos uploaded to the channel, not just the lives.